So for those of you who are listening online, thanks very much for tuning in. If you have any questions, you are welcome to email them to me, and I will bring them up to the group. My email address is on the screen now. It's just janet.banky@thecb.state.tx.us. Yeah, and we will have some other slides, so at some point it's going to be more convenient for you guys who are sitting over here and have to turn around and look. You may even want to move. But most of the time the slides will be on in the afternoon, so you may want to move before then. For those who are listening online, I would like everybody to introduce themselves so they'll have an idea of who's here at the meeting. And I'll start. Janet Banky with the Coordinating Board.
Gabriela Borcoman, Coordinating Board.
Dean Williamson with Prairie View A&M.
James Palmer with Prairie View A&M.
Tom Matthews, Lamar University.
Jesus Tanguma, University of Texas Pan American.
Ana Maria Rodriguez, UT Pan American.
Gary Johnstone, Coordinating Board.
Paul Meyer, Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Paul Orser, Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Carrie Rogers, Sam Houston State University.
Beth Weiss, Texas State University, San Marcos.
I'm Dwayne Snyder, and I'm from Tarleton State University.
Mary Trevino, A&M International University.
Dwayne Gardner from Texas A&M Kingsville.
Okay, so that's everybody who's here, and you'll probably notice this isn't exactly the same group you're used to meeting with. This is a combination of the doctoral group and the comprehensive universities group. We did this partly because we're having a lot of renovations upstairs and we don't have very much meeting space, but also many of the topics that we're going to be talking about today really are topics that would be applicable to any size of institution. And then at the point at which we do start to talk about value added, we'll ask the group whether they want to break into individual groups or just discuss it as a larger group. So far, even when we had the emerging research group and the master's group meeting together on Friday, they decided they just wanted to discuss the topic together. So you guys may decide to do the same thing. In that case, we won't be having the conference call. We'll just continue to use the webinar through the whole of the session. Okay. Susan Brown's going to be joining us in just a few minutes to talk about item number 2, which is the milestones measures, and she's in a conference call right now, so we'll wait for Susan to come before we talk about that. And just to go through the rest of the agenda, we're going to talk in number 3 about some changes that are being made to the accountability system for this time round, just kind of get everybody up to date on what's happening there. We're going to be running data like crazy as soon as things get certified, and you will need to be looking through the data that gets posted and thinking about your comments, so we'll talk about that. Then we'll go into discussion of the value-added measures, and hopefully there'll be some new ideas on what might be useful for value-added. And then sometime we'll have lunch whenever it gets here. And then for the afternoon, we have a series of presentations by staff members here at the Coordinating Board. Normally, Natalie Coffey would do the uniform recruitment and retention strategy. She isn't here today, so Gabrielle and I will be pinch hitting on that one. I think we've heard her do it twice now, so I think we can figure that one out. Then Lucy Heston will talk about the program review process that's being proposed. That's because now you don't have to get your bachelor's degree programs approved on the front end, but we're saying because of that we're going to look at how they're doing on the back end, and so she's going to talk about what the academic and affairs section is thinking about for that. Then we'll have Catherine Parsoneau talk with you about the core curriculum and what the UAAC has been discussing. Then Kevin will come down and talk about learning outcomes for courses. And then if we have time for it, there are just a smattering of other topics. If there's anything in particular that you don't see listed here that you would like to have somebody address while you're here, please let us know, because we can usually get somebody down here. I know we've had to call in Doug Parker a couple of times to answer questions for folks that had issues with the reporting of data. So if you think of something, please let us know. Okay, so I'm going to start with what's going on in the accountability system updates while we're waiting for Susan. And Gabriela, if you could, you can either hand it to me or just... Okay. 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 Oh, yeah. Let's go up here. You want to move around very well. Okay. And these slides are not anything extremely interesting. Corner. Slideshow. Okay. Did Sue do that? Thank you, whoever did that. Okay. You know what? I think this just isn't working. Let me turn it off and back on. Okay. Is there somebody over there? Is there somebody there doing slides? Because I haven't touched it and it moved. No. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So
you want me to go
yeah,
there?
if you would. I mean, these slides aren't anything outstanding, but we have them, so you might as well see them. And this doesn't seem to be working. Hey, Trish. Trish Norman from the UT system has joined us. Okay. So actually, before we get into accountability stuff, we'll do a few other things that are pending out there for the institutions. The Closing the Gaps targets are due at the end of this month, end of this week. We'll use those in the accountability system. And so I hope anybody who's responsible for that actually knows that's going on and has already taken care of it. The participation forecast was sent out to the institutions a couple of weeks ago. We say don't comment if you think it's fine, but if you do want to suggest some modifications to us, they're due by the end of next week. And just as a reminder, that participation forecast is meant to be a very conservative document. It looks at the students that you're currently enrolling by ethnicity, age, and gender, and says if you continue to enroll the same kind of students from those same Texas counties, this is what your enrollment will be in the future. Yes, Dwayne.
That notion of it being very conservative, when I looked at it, that struck me as unusual. But I mean, it's over this entire state, it's talking about something like a 1% increase over the next 10 years, annual basis.
Right. And the purpose of the forecast is to show people if you don't, because the population of the state is changing, if you continue to do exactly what you have in the past in terms of attracting students, your enrollments may decrease. So it's just a warning to institutions. And so what we want is, if you think that seems reasonable as a reflection of the kinds of students you're currently attracting, don't worry about it, don't make any comment to us. But if you are doing a lot of extra things to try to get new students in, which we hope everybody is from Closing the Gaps, then those things will be reflected in your Closing the Gaps targets. Hey. And Carol Kaminsky from Texas Women's is joining us now, too, for those of you who are online. And there's some slides. You might want to sit over there, closer to the coffee. And Did you get the handouts, Carol?
No, not the ones.
There's some on the table. Okay, so that's the difference between the Closing the Gaps targets and the participation forecast. I hope that's clear, because they're not meant to be the same kind of thing. We hope that your Closing the Gaps targets will be considerably more robust and higher than your participation forecast is. We hope to have the accountability system available sometime around Thanksgiving. Casey Kennedy, who was our IT guy who started the accountability system, basically is totally taken care of us has left the agency. And yes, and so it's a complicated system. There's a lot of data, and it really is hard on the IT side to get it all ready. Each time we make a change, there requires a lot of manipulation on the IT side. So we're not sure exactly when it's going to be ready, but that's our target date. And it doesn't affect you, but normally the community colleges don't. Every other year when the session isn't on, we try to do theirs in January and have it ready by February. And we won't be doing that this year. We'll have it ready by January too. And so right now, Susan has joined us, Susan Brown, our Assistant Commissioner. That's fine. And she's going to talk with you about the milestone measures, the incentive funding for the universities, and there should be 3 handouts that you have in front of you.
Great. Thank you for coming. And I'm just going to briefly go over, originally the coordinating board's recommendation for formula funding for the university was to fund 100% or fund a phase-in approach to fund on completed hours versus attempted hours. Since that time, we have had legislative hearings and met with various groups of people, and so at our last board meeting, which was last Thursday before last, anyway, the end of October, the board actually voted to change the recommendation. So there's a different funding recommendation now going forward to the legislature. I believe it may already be over there. And it is to fund, in the second year of the biennium, 10% of the undergraduate funding based on degrees. We heard a lot of complaints about, well, funding on completion is just a throughput. It's not really what we're trying to get to. We're really trying to get to degrees awarded, that sort of thing. So this is actually modeled after the incentive funding, very closely tied to incentive funding. It takes the money and it spreads it out over 50% on improvement, 50% on a 3-year rolling average, just like the incentive funding. It looks at degrees awarded. Now, these are all undergraduate degrees. It does not include graduate degrees, which is why we're only taking 10% or requesting 10% of the undergraduate funding, not all funding, just the undergraduate funding. It's all degrees, a bump for the STEMs. Oh, okay. It's a bump for the STEM, science, math, all those critical fields that we've been talking about for closing the gaps that we haven't really made a lot of progress on. Same ones. And then there's also a bump for at-risk students, just like in the incentive funding. Those are things. There is one additional measure, and that is looking at predicted graduation rate compared to actual graduation rate. Now, it's not everybody in your cohort. It is only those that are directly from high school. And the predicted model is based on top 10% students and Pell students. And the reason we have that measure added into this is we had a lot of discussion with the legislator regarding they wanted to see something that showed how an institution was doing with their students that they bring in. And so that is why we have that predicted. Really, it's a very, very, very small percentage of the dollars associated with that one metric, and that is because we look at the predicted, what would be predicted for your students versus what the actual cohort, how many graduated, and it's the difference between predicted and actual is the number of points for that cohort. That's that number of students that you would have either said shouldn't have been graduated but did graduate, or the under. So it's a really small number. Statewide average, it comes out to like 162 that in the improvement or non-improvement. And so it again is based into the two different categories. That is what has gone over. Right now we're still talking about it. Again, 100% of the graduate funding would still be on attempted hours, and this only goes into place in the second year of the biennium, so FY13 is when that would go into place. This actually has a pretty good example of how it would work. So, basically, if you have a student who graduates with a bachelor's degree in a STEM field, because a STEM is rated as 2, so if you have 1 point for graduating, another 2 points for being in a STEM field, and another point for an at-risk, so that student earns 4 points. If you have somebody who graduates in business and is not an at-risk student, that point gets 1 point. That person is 1 point. If you bring in a transfer student into your institution, they graduate in 2 years. In 2 years, you get the points for it. Most community college transfer students are at risk. We use the same definition of at risk that we used in the incentive funding. None of that has changed at all. So, are there questions about that, or?
So the course completer thing is gone?
Gone. Totally gone.
Good.
Yes, totally gone.
So, in order to actually sort of, calculate how this would go if it were put into effect, would it be based on data then through last year? Or
that's something we're actually talking about. We talked about doing it. We'll have the FY10. Let's see, we're in 10 right now. We're in 11. We'll have the FY10 degrees awarded, so we'll be able to include those when we give them the update in March for the dollars to the LBB and that sort of thing. So we'll be able to do it then. There is discussion on whether the money, that 10% gets trustee to the coordinating board. Another way of doing it, to be allocated just for the 13, it would be in statute. This is how it's going to be allocated, just like the performance incentive funding was this time. It's trustee to the coordinating board, and then it's allocated. The other way of doing it is through GME, the same way they do at GME. It's kind of written in there, but the writer says may change based on most recent calculations, or something along those lines. So there's some discussion about how that would happen. If it's okay to just use through FY10, then we could, your funding allocation would be that way. If they want to use the most recent data, which would still only be FY11 data, then we could do it that way. That one's kind of still up for grabs.
When are we going to learn what our regression target number is?
It was sent out to all the TACRO people, I believe, or to the CFOs. Didn't Paul send that out?
Yes.
All the CFOs should already have that.
That hasn't seeped to me yet.
We can get that out to you. They haven't forwarded it on? I'm so surprised. It's like sending it to the president, right? We can send it out, and
that's fine.
The improvement off the incentive fund is the same way. It's 2 years over 2 years for improvement, and then the 3-year rolling average. So what they received is actually a 1-year example, I believe. Example of what it is for 1 year. But we're doing it the same way as the current incentive funding, or performance incentive funding is 2-year average over 2-year average for half the money, and a 3-year rolling average, just to kind of smooth things out a little bit better. Other questions?
And that's 10%. The other 90% is
attempted hours.
Attempted hours. Thank you.
And it's 10% of the undergraduate.
Undergraduate.
The graduate hours would still be weighted and funded the same
exactly the way it is.
As the cost study shows.
Okay. Thank you.
Our commissioner has met with the presidents and the provost.
Presidents and chancellors. And we met with the provost, and we met, Gary met with the
chief business
officers, and we've met with trying to remember what other groups.
There should be kind of general knowledge about this on your campuses already, but we wanted you to know what's going on. A couple of things that I heard our commissioner mention when he was talking about this. He said that in order for anything to really be an incentive, it generally is conceded that it needs to be between 8 and 12%, and so that's one reason for the 10%. And as Susan mentioned, the legislators, when it was being discussed, said originally with the completion of the courses, said, why are you looking at this? Why aren't you looking at what we really want, which is the degrees? So it was partly because of their comments that this change was made. And the commissioner made the comment that there's a much better chance for an increase in funding if it looks like we're doing something that's actually responding to some of these concerns.
And even if not an increase, at least not being cut as much. If we can show that we're not just asking for more money for this to do the same old thing, that we really are trying to get more out of what we're doing. And that's the theory. Now, our recommendation that went over there still kept growth in. And now the base is the 95%, not the 90%, or not the 100%, because that's, LBB, that's the new base. But we did still recommend, and we're still pushing to get growth funding. But this is not a time. I mean, in the last 2 years, statewide, we have gone up over 200,000 students. That's huge increases. So we're still pushing for growth. Everybody's reading the same newspaper articles we're reading. $25 billion deficit.
And we're being asked to do a 10% cut. We already did a 5%. We are being asked to do a 10% and then another 10% on top of that to send in. So things are looking somewhat bleak. But the commissioner did make the point that in California, where the situation looks even worse than us, it does here, the California state system and the University of California system both got increased funding, even though things are really dire out there. So there's
I think they're trying to make the point that higher ed is such an economic driver for the state that, if you want to get out of going down, you really this is really a time to concentrate on higher ed and on education. So that's the case he's making, and that's the case we're going forward with to the legislature to try and make the case that this is not the time to abandon higher ed.
About kind of how much weight the predicted graduation rate would carry in that 10% formula versus the other metrics, because you're talking about 1 point for...
It's 1 point.
Is it 1 point also? Because the way the calculation is, it's not really clear about how many points that...
It is 1 point.
So it would be one...
Yeah.
So it would be kind of an equal... 25% of that.
Well, it could be, but because it's very small numbers, because we're really only looking at the difference. So, say the predicted graduation rate is 90%, and you're coming in at 85%. That's only a 5% difference. So that 5% times the size of the cohort. So really, you've got little bitty numbers. Whereas on a 3-year average, if you're enrolling, even just the number of graduates, the total number of points in that 3-year rolling average is like 150,000 points. And I think this measure is only, I don't think I have it with me, but I think it's about 1,000 points or something like that.
I mean, it's less
it's a minuscule amount of the money.
1% of the total points. In the 3-year average.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of see how much
it's a really, really small number, because you're only looking at that residual. You're not looking at the total 90% graduation rate times the size of the cohort. You're just looking at that residual amount.
5 plus or 5.
Yeah.
Graduation rate. Okay,
so it's.
Yeah, because it only includes that cohort of students.
It's only that cohort, and it is all students, but it's only those that are coming directly from high school, because we're looking at top 10% and Pell. and how your students do. So, obviously if you have a whole lot of Pell students, your predicted rate is going to be much less than if you had very few Pell students. I mean, it's to try and take into account the type of students that you're pulling in, and then how you do with those students.
So a school that has a very small percentage coming directly from high school won't be penalized.
Won't be penalized.
In any way, but
correct.
It may fluctuate a lot from...
Yeah, but you would not be penalized. And we're getting those directly from high school because we have the TEA high school grads. So
that would be Texas high school grads.
Texas high school grads from Texas,
Any other questions for Susan?
So the base is not all of our first-time in-college students. It's only first-time in-college students from Texas.
And directly from high school.
Directly from high school.
So if they went to high school, they graduated, they sat out for a year or two, then they came to Corpus, they're not going to count. Did they go direct?
So then it's directly from last May's
May graduates that started in the fall.
Even if they start in the spring, they don't count.
So it's a very small number. We looked at that because we wanted to get those that have the best chance, number one, which are those directly out of high school. The top 10% students on the high end. And we did, the suggestion was made to look at only SAT, ACT scores, or the SAT scores.
By a legislator. Right?
Yeah, by a legislator. We needed to do something other than just SAT, so that's why we added the percent Pell, or those students that are on Pell Grant, because that is a big determinant. And so instead of doing SAT scores, we also, because there's some kind of issues with that too, we decided to use that top 10%.
So from an IR point of view, we've got basically two flavors of incoming freshmen now. We've got incoming first-time full-time from anywhere, and then we've got first-time full-time immediate from Texas.
Not full-time. First time.
Anybody.
First time.
Anybody.
And that's what the model
in the fall.
Right.
Okay.
Need not be full-time.
Right. Okay.
And that's what the whole predicted model is on, is everybody.
I know in some of our prior conversations there have been concerns expressed that some institutions wouldn't do as well as others because of the kinds of students they were having. This really, by taking consideration Pell, it does, and your top 10% really takes in the differences between the types of students that institutions are getting.
You would eliminate a lot of part-time students, though, by doing the Pell. Including Pell.
Pell, you can get Pell as low as 6 hours. Right? Yeah. So you're not eliminating all your Pell. All your part-time.
Do you have any sense statewide the ratio between incoming freshmen full-time versus incoming freshmen part-time?
That varies by institution, but it's,
big.
I was thinking it was about 90% full-time.
That's what I was thinking too. Okay.
Especially those directly from high school. Now, that varies a lot by institution, so.
What about the GEDs?
That's an at-risk category, but so they would get that extra point for an at-risk, but they would not be included in this cohort because they're not directly from high school.
They don't come in directly out of high school.
Right.
Right.
So they're not included in that, but they would be. That is one of the at-risk factors. So when they graduate, they would get that bump for being an at-risk student. Oh, I'm glad you have that slide up there.
Yeah. Want to make
timely submission and certification. We actually are working on what we call an almanac for,
and we'll discuss that in a little bit.
Yeah, y'all will be talking about that. We also need to have certified data for the accountability system. This is a legislative year. We need to be able to get that data up there. Hearings are being scheduled as we speak.
You're done?
So,
yay. Congratulations to A&M Corpus. They say they're done.
Well, clap.
Anybody else doing pretty well, as far as you know? Anybody else aware of where you are on your certification?
We will be also...
How about if we don't know there's a problem, can we?
Yeah. We will also be sending out a letter talking about the need to have your spring, especially the 004s, and that may have already gone out.
And the 1.
And the 1 and the 4 out and ready really by the end of February, because by March 1 we have to have the new runs sent over to the LBB. If we don't have your data ready to go, we will be using last spring's data. So with all the growth that we're seeing, you're probably going to be penalized if we have to use last spring's data. So you're going to really need to get your stuff in.
Our issue with certification is the upload of the database, and I understand they're waiting for the community college to certify their reports before they upload the database.
Then you probably ought to get them busy.
Well, I was expecting the coordinating board to get on their case.
Well, wait, why are y'all, let's see, A&M International?
We're using the database to track the 30 and 45-hour exemption number.
That came up at the meeting on Friday, right? And Doug came up and addressed it, and he said he thought it was really an institutional issue of how you decided you wanted to do that. But
yeah, we don't require that.
Well, our decision is to use your database because you've got the statewide enrollment figures.
Yeah.
So we use just hours from the community college, which is our primary tier, and then we get an upload in spring and have to adjust it, then the number of hours, state-funded hours, could differ.
Right.
And that's why
and it was actually University of Houston that brought that issue up.
We will get
Friday.
on their case. We are actually sending them a letter that says that they need to, or we may do something a little bit more drastic to get them to get their stuff ready to go. Because we do have a little bit more control on their funding. So we're pushing them to. Y'all are not the only ones being pushed, but yes, we are pushing them.
So if Corpus is certified already, do you not...
We did everything we could.
Do you not
but
wait for this update?
On y'all.
Oh, you are, too.
See, that's our case. Ours are clean. We have
for the
no
30
errors.
and 45 hours?
So that's something we may want to discuss.
I would check, but my understanding is we're done if we got those files.
Yes.
And those files go through last summer?
Yes.
So we need to get the community colleges certified for last summer so that we can run that.
Any other similar kinds of issues that you know of that are going on at your institutions that maybe we should know about that we could perhaps address? Okay.
Do this?
Yeah.
Run away.
Susan's very popular. So.
Yeah.
A little too popular, right? Okay.
Thank you. Meeting's going on.
So we'll shift gears again and go back to the accountability system itself. And as Susan mentioned, we really want everybody to submit their certified data as quickly as possible. This certainly goes for summer data. In some cases, we're even waiting for a few things from last spring for the CBM 002, which we understand is a little bit difficult for everybody. But we definitely need all the old reports done, and I imagine universities are always much quicker about reporting than the community colleges are. But sometimes it's surprising how long it takes somebody to certify. Okay, next slide, Gabriella. Okay, originally I had put CBID on the agenda because we were told that in order to log on to the accountability system this time, you were going to have to use the CBID. It's something that you had to do this time for the Closing the Gaps targets. Late last week, the IT folks said, we don't think we can do this and have the system ready for you. So they've decided you're not going to have to do CBID this time for accountability. You'll use your same FICE code and your password that you used before. When the memo goes out about this, it'll have Diane Ergel's phone number and email address. If you don't remember what your ID, your password is, she can give it to you. But it should be pretty easy for institutions to log on. But it's just kind of a heads up that at some point in the near future, everybody probably who does log on to our systems is going to need to go in and get this CBID eventually. Several of you probably already have it, and if you do, and there's some other new thing that you need to go on to, you have to go in and edit your profile and request access to a new item, and it'll get approved here, and you'll get an email back. So that way, one we can ignore. Now, on to ethnicity reporting. We're still getting lots of questions about this, but this is how we're going to do it, and we're interested in what's happening at your institutions, how many different ways you're going to be reporting out. But when we run the ethnicity based on the new ethnic codes that you will have submitted for your students, we're going to take out international students first and leave them aside. Then we'll look at how many students said they were Hispanic based on the first of the two race ethnicity questions. So we won't look at race for those students. We'll just look at the ethnicity of the Hispanic students and leave those students aside. Then we're going to break out white, African American, and Asian/Pacific Islander students who only report one racial response, and we'll leave those aside. And then we'll look at those students who've reported more than one race, one of which is African American or black. The reason we're doing this is because we've had a lot of institutions express concern to us that they were afraid their African American or black numbers might decrease if those students all went into a multiracial category. Just like President Obama, we always call him a black president, but he's really multiracial. So at least temporarily, we're going to be breaking this out as a separate category that will get reported separately in the accountability system. Now, for our Closing the Gaps, when we're running data for that, we're going to put the African American only, and the African American is one of multiple racial groups together. We're not sure if that's the correct way to do it or not. What we're going to do is, after this reporting cycle's all done, we'll carefully compare what's going on with the institutions and what it looks like is happening with your students. We know some institutions have resurveyed their students. We've gotten a couple of questions lately about students not responding to the resurvey, but they have their original ethnic codes for them, and of course some institutions aren't even resurveying, so you're just going to use your original codes for those students anyway. So we'll have to go back in and do some exploration and analysis of what's happening with students. But everybody who's left over, not in one of those other categories, which would include the unknowns, those people who report as multiracial or those who are Native American, will all be part of the other category. And with this combination, we're going to make the universities reporting exactly the same as what we report in accountability for the community colleges. They had some other breakouts, but we're going to collapse those as part of this.
Well, if a student checks Hispanic black, pull them out right away as Hispanics, then we come back.
They can't.
No, we don't. They're
If they're
Hispanic black, they're just Hispanic.
If they're Hispanic, they can't check anything else.
Well, they could, because it's a two-part question.
Two-part, it won't take it.
It won't?
Not for Hispanic, that's the
No,
only one.
Hispanic is only the single
Oh, if
question.
you say yes to one, it won't, now I know,
If you
okay.
say you're Hispanic, that's it. You're set aside. And
Well,
then if you're not Hispanic, you answer the race question. And the
Oh.
instructions on the reporting manual are incorrect. And we kept saying, if you're Hispanic, you don't have to answer the race question.
Well, you don't have to answer any of the questions.
Well,
Right, but if you're Hispanic, you should not.
on the Texas...
If you're Hispanic,
yeah.
you're out of...
And is that the way the federal
The
government?
instruction said, regardless of whether you answer yes or no to the question, are you Hispanic or not, you still have to answer the race. And we kept saying, no, the race...
You don't have to answer either one, but okay, we'll double check on what the federal statement...
We compared the federal guidelines questions against the coordinating board instructions for the report, and they did not coincide.
Okay.
On the
We'll make sure they do.
Texas Common App, the ones who click Hispanic,
It doesn't allow you.
it doesn't. And on FAFSA, it doesn't allow. In fact, it takes it away on FAFSA.
Okay.
Now, one of the interesting things, and I guess it's because of that, right now on our reports, if we put Hispanic, that code 1, we have to put a code 7, which says unknown.
No.
And then it's lumped and it's given a percentage higher of unknown because they can't provide an answer other than Hispanic.
Yes, that's what was causing
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll get together with Doug and talk about if we need a change to the reporting manual, which it sounds like maybe we do. So we'll make sure that gets taken care of.
Janet, could you say a little bit about why we're not tracking Native, we wouldn't be tracking Native American?
Well, you'll be reporting it to us.
Okay.
This is just for accountability. The issue with accountability is we get so many statements that we have way too much information in there already. And because most institutions have very low numbers of Native Americans. Now, as part of the PREP system, you can figure that out for your institution, how many have been reported as Native American. But just in terms of the overall categories and like in closing the gaps, we only break out African American or Black, Hispanic, White, and other. Partly we do that because those are the only categories that the Texas State Data Center reports for their population estimates for the future, so we can't really break anything out beyond that. But because there are a lot of Asian students, and oftentimes they have a different profile in the way they move through the system, we've broken them out. Have any of your institutions started looking at what's happening with the racial ethnic composition? I know you're probably all Hispanic anyway. Tom, know anything about what's happening at Lamar?
Yeah. This is the first year we've been using the give them more options to check and the check more.
And are they about the same as what they would have said otherwise? Or?
Well, how do you know?
Yeah, that's our problem.
If we have, if I took it by the ranking method, but we have a lot of students checking 2.
Yeah.
And that tends to lower your white number.
Well, it doesn't lower our white number at Prairie View.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty unique to each institution then what's going to be going on. So when we start examining it, it's going to be hard to figure out statewide what's it doing.
What seems to be happening in our stuff is that our Hispanic numbers and our African American numbers are remaining pretty much the way they were, but the more than one race tends to be subtracting out of the white category. We think. Because that number that percentage of the pie has shrunken some, and we think it may be an artifact of just the way the reporting works.
Okay.
Hispanic numbers are up slightly, otherwise doesn't seem to be much change.
Okay. Good. All right, well, if we'll look into this reporting statement and in the manual and make sure we get back with you on that one. Let's see what else. Okay, so in the accountability system, list is number B here, we have your QEP summary. We know there's a lot of interest on the part of institutions in what their peers and others are doing for their QEPs. I know some of them are pretty much aware of what a lot of institutions are doing, but many institutions are not. And since the QEP is such an important part of what you're doing for SACS, we're asking that each of you put just a very small summary. It'll be similar to what you're doing for the URRS box, where you just give a small summary of what's going on. This will be, now, have any of you not gone through SACS accreditation since you were required to do a QEP?
We haven't got voted on ours yet. We have a proposal.
Okay. Okay. What we want here is your SACS-approved QEP. And so if you haven't actually done one yet, then just put that when your next accreditation visit will be and say there's no approved QEP yet. But for everybody, and those instructions will be there when you actually log on to the system. But for everybody else who does have an approved QEP, we're interested in what the major topic is and a link to any information on that.
We're in our reaffirmation year, so we actually won't find out until December at SACS, but we think we know what it's going to be.
Okay, but you have a current one?
Well, what happens is we have one. We've gone through our site visit. We have a QEP.
I see.
We had to make a couple little changes in it, but we're not going to officially have a QEP blessed and signed off on until the SACS meeting after the first of the year.
Okay.
Or at the first of the year. So
I'd say, yeah, you can go ahead and put that in since it's so close and it looks like it's probably been blessed. If you find out it hasn't been, you can go into the accountability system at any time during the year and make changes to comments. It's always available for you, unlike something like closing the gaps targets, which we just leave open for a short period of time. Accountability is always there, and so if by chance you guys were at Prairie View to come up with your QEP and get it approved by SACS, you're welcome to go in at any point in time and add that into the system. But it sounds like you guys are fairly certain that they're going to accept it, you hope. And so I'd say just go ahead and stick it in there. The link to the...
You want the whole thing or the executive summary?
We just want, it's going to be a very small box, and so we want just
less than the executive summary.
Far less than the executive summary. But we want a link there, and a link to the executive summary would be a good idea, because if people want more details, they can either search for it if you've got it posted out there, or they can contact you and get that information. But it's just that most of these projects are so interesting that we want to know about them, and we think in terms of an excellent thing that the institutions are doing, this is a good way to show some outstanding work that most everybody's doing. So,
one other situation, I don't know if it'll be in this vote. Our 10-year reaffirmation was in 2005. We ran a 5-year QEP, which is now done.
Right.
So when you're in the later years of reaffirmation, you may not have a QEP.
Okay.
And you ran one, it's done.
Yeah, and list it.
You want it.
Yes, we want it.
What we did do.
We want it. And if you've got your 5-year report there, which is, should be a rich source of data for people wondering how successful it was, put that out there as a link.
Okay.
Texas Women's is not due for reaccreditation until 2013, so we have nothing.
So you'll be putting in that date and saying that you don't have one approved yet. Yeah. Well, you may want to look and see what everybody else is doing and come up with some ideas.
Actually, we're doing that right now.
Okay. Okay.
Going through the SACS region and finding all the QEPs we can.
So hopefully this will be a good source of information for everybody. And I think for people who wonder about what's happening at institutions and the emphasis placed on learning, this is a good place for people to go and see what's happening. We're also in a kind of a similar vein asking for 2 excellent program links. Now, we have some information that we collect on outstanding programs. Some institutions don't put anything in there. Some put pages and pages worth. And it's hard for us to know what you really consider really, really outstanding. And so we're asking just for 2 really outstanding, excellent programs and a link with information about those programs. We're suggesting to universities that they might want to use something that if you've got a program that you're thinking about using for the HB 51 monies, that you might want to consider putting those programs down here. If you don't have anything, then you're bound to have at least a couple of programs you think are really excellent. And this will be a better way for us to figure out what's happening at the institutions. And once again, it'll be a very small box. You'll just be putting a short summary and a link to information about that.
Janet, do you suggest any criteria be used for excellence? I mean, it could be institutional effectiveness.
Are you thinking about applying for any of the research funding from HB 51?
Because I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think if you ask folks at your institution, they would probably know that you are or aren't. And if not, I think we just want what the institution considers an excellent program. So you might want to run it by some others to make sure that they agree with what you choose.
I'm not going to suggest anything off the top of my head.
Okay, so the next one down on the agenda relates to faculty recognition. And let me see there. Oh, I know it. This is also related to HB 51. You don't have this in your handouts. The Center for Measuring University Performance has some suggested national and international distinctions that they use, and for those particularly emerging research institutions who are interested in HB 51 funding, they're thinking about using these. There's actually a rule that's going to be proposed with a complete list of these things. I think it was supposed to be out there already, and then I think perhaps there was some rethinking of at least a couple of the items that were listed on this Center for Measuring University Performance list. But we were wondering, because what we've got now out there is Nobel Prize winners and others that are, really elite. So there's never very much that's getting reported for an awful lot of institutions in that recognition category. We're curious whether you think it might be useful to broaden a list or have a second question that has another tier of measures that we could use, and you could identify. They have things like Getty Scholars in Residence, Guggenheim Fellow, Howard Hughes Medical Institute Investigators, MacArthur Foundation Fellows, things of that sort. This wouldn't be for this year. This would be for next year. So by that time, if there is a rule, it will be in place. But we want to get from a broader group of institutions, universities, than just those who are in the emerging research category, whether you think it might be useful to have another way of recognizing some of your faculty members who have some distinction. So any comments on that?
How would we look at that information?
At the moment, you could go out to the Center for Measuring University Performance and see what's on their list of faculty recognitions and distinctions. As soon as a rule gets proposed here for the NRUF monies, I will make sure that I send it out to everybody and you can look at it. It would be nice if we, by next summer, have a resolution on this so that we'll know whether to try to add it into the accountability system for next year. So we'll be interested in your input on this. It's just a heads up that it's going to be coming as a question to you. And it's something that's been suggested to us a couple of times in the past. We're finally getting around to it.
UT system, we have about 10 or 15 categories that we collect for our institutions.
Okay.
We kind of we tried to leave it open, and we ended up getting a long list from the institutions about every type of award under the sun.
Yeah.
So we've kind of tried to narrow it down to certain categories, and like that, Howard Hughes and some of the ones that you mentioned.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So
You think
I can
you
give
could?
you the list.
Yeah, that would be great. And then also, if you could send it to Kevin, he might be interested in that, since Kevin Lemoyne, he's the one who's working with the NREF part of it and the rules. Okay. Other accountability system changes. So, in your handouts, you have something that says accountability measure changes. And some of these we've already talked about, but there are a few others that I want to bring to your attention. And we're going to post this online each time. I've done the one for last year, and I've added the changes for this year. And so that if you wonder, this isn't the same number we had last year for this, although it looks like exactly the same measure, you can look on here and see what's actually changed. We try, anytime we make a change, we go back and from the beginning of what's in accountability the year 2000, if data is available that whole time, we rerun all the data. We also go into the definitions where you can hover over and get a more complete description of what the measure itself is. We'll make changes there too, but just in case those don't really highlight what the change is, we've got this list for you. And so we've really discussed everything down to the kind of the bottom of the page. There's been a request that for state institutions we list constitutional funds in with the revenue categories. We'll list them separately and do then a grand total. These would be like HEAF funds and AUF funding, if anybody gets that. You guys make it AUF. We won't include this in the measures where we're doing revenues per FTSE or FTFE, but we will show what it is just to let people know that some institutions have some other source of state funding available to them. Then the bottom one here, the milestones tab, that's one of the handouts that was there as part of the outcomes-based funding. What we're going to do is just to make it easy for everybody to find the data that on which the outcomes funding or incentive funding will have been based. We're going to have a separate tab in addition to participation, success, excellence, research, and institutional effectiveness. We'll have another one that will say milestones, and it'll be listing the measures and the data that we'll be using for that calculation.
So this will appear twice. It'll appear where it normally does, and then it'll break out here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just so it'll be a little bit clearer. Nobody will have to really hunt for it too much. And plus it will have the measure that deals with your graduation rate that the other part won't have. The first one is basically part of the milestones. The next one down, transfer measure for two-year college students. What we've always reported in the past were students who had 30 semester credit hours from a two-year institution and then transferred on to a university. This time we're going to not only report those who have 30 or more, we're going to report students who have 0 to 30 hours. It's an attempt to show more what's going on with students who are starting at community colleges. So they can be coming from any combination of community colleges, but they'll be entering your institution for the first time after attending community colleges. For course,
meaning like they took
it'll be one. I guess it'll be 1 to 29 or whatever.
They could come in with 0.
Be under 30.
I think we have 0 too, because it's college level.
They attended and failed the course, so they had 0 credits.
Yeah, right. Yeah, could be 0. I think we've shown 0, but we need to think through carefully what that purpose of the 0 is. Course completion rates, because of the interest last time in perhaps funding on course completion, we had listed for undergraduate SCH, your course completions, the comparison of the 004 and the 006. This time we're going to add another one for graduate courses. That was a request that came out of one of these meetings last time, was that we look at graduate course completions. So we'll be showing what your beginning and ending SCHR.
Can I back up one?
Yeah.
Universities transfer student success measures.
Yeah.
Now that we're adding people with fewer than 30 hours, is the success measures graduation rates?
It's numbers of students. And then we have 2 different measures. One of them is just numbers of students, and the other one is number of graduates who started at a community college.
Okay.
And that's a rate.
But we're not talking about time to degree.
No.
Okay.
No.
We just have the 40 years forward from the time of transfer.
Something I'm just to put into the sort of the back of your mind as something to think about at some point for the future is that we're actually starting to see some undergraduate, like upper division certificate programs, where somebody really might come into our institution just to do the certificate program. And so one of the questions is that person going to be counted as somebody that came in and didn't graduate, or is there going to be some way of either taking that kind of a person out of the pool the graduation rates are calculated by, or is there going to be some way to count, completion of a certificate if somebody has come in just to do a certificate?
Good question. That may require some extra categories on the reasons for student intent, and we'll have to look at that. One thing we are doing, and I think it's mentioned here for the 2-year persistence rate, it's not really the same kind of thing, but it's an attempt to adjust to the changing realities, is that some institutions have mentioned that they're getting students who already can complete within 2 years, so they wouldn't be persisting after 2 years if they're coming with lots and lots of semester credit hours, particularly dual credit students who then look like their first time in college. And so we'll be, for the 2-year persistence rate, we'll be showing students who are persisting or have graduated, so that you won't be looking bad just if you were to have a lot of students in that category. And it's the same kind of thing, really, in a way, different situation, but we want to reflect what's accurate. So we'll think about that one too. Anybody else have any kind of similar concerns, situations that you know of that are happening that may influence or affect what you're reporting or we're reporting for you that aren't really quite accurate in terms of the situation of your students? Okay. Well, if you think of anything, be sure and let us know. Full-time student equivalents. When we first started accountability, there was a great interest, particularly, I think, coming from the legislature in the ethnicity of students and their FTSE. Since then, we really haven't found that many people care about that, but we get a ton of questions about why the FTSEs that we report off of the 1, because that's the only place we can get the ethnicity of the students and relate it to their hours, why they don't match what's on the 4. Well, it's the difference in the source of the information. And so now we're going to change basically our FTSE measure to be pulled off of the 4, just like we do for everything else that we do, so that there won't be that complication or inconsistency there any longer. Will mean that we won't have ethnicity for FTSE students. But as far as we know, after that initial wave of interest, we haven't really seen anybody who's asked us about that very much. So, but we do get tons of questions. So we're going to make that change, and it'll make your numbers look a little bit different.
Tell me what you just said, because on the 4, how are you going to, There's not ethnicity on the
No, so we won't have ethnicity anymore.
So that's, all right, you just didn't. All right.
And on prep and other things, and any calculations that we do for your students in terms of measuring full-time students per whatever revenue or operating budget or anything, we always take that one off of the 4. And so it's been confusing that we weren't using that same number that we showed in accountability, which was off the 1. Not for any institution a very large difference, but just enough that the numbers didn't match. And everybody catches those things and wonders what's going on. So, okay. That's everything that we know of that's being changed for this time around. If you can think of things, as we always say, it's not meant to be a static system. Accountability is meant to be dynamic and reflect the topics that are of current interest, not those that were of interest when it was started in '04. So if you have ideas on things that you think we ought to be measuring and aren't in accountability now, please raise them relatively soon, because it takes a long time for us to get all the appropriate buy-ins for everybody and make sure that how we're thinking about doing it is accurate, and to make sure it's a change that everybody does want. Okay. On to the almanac. Once again, there's a handout. This is you can see a very rough draft coming directly from our commissioner with some scribblings on it about what things mean. You're all familiar with the almanac that the Chronicle for Higher Education puts out. There's a desire on the part of our commissioner to have something similar for public institutions in Texas. The accountability system is robust, but it's sometimes something that not everybody goes into. So he wants something that he can hand out and that be a little bit easier for people to refer to. So you can see that the beginning of this, just general information, then the national context. So it'll put Texas, from using IPEDS data, in context with probably the other top 10 states in terms of population, and then probably with the nation as a whole. Then there will be breakout sections that will talk about each of the separate kinds of institutions, and you can see what's anticipated there for universities, total enrollment and enrollment by ethnicity, top 10%, percent of students on Pell, graduation rates. Sound familiar? All these are basically parts of the accountability system that will be used to feed this. Degrees by level and ethnicity, some information on faculty, research, tuition and fees, revenues, and use of funds per student FTE. Want to say something about that, Gary?
Well, it'll be major categories that are reported, such as the amount of instruction per student, per FTE, the expenditures. We haven't chosen whether that's going to come from the IPEDS report or from sources and uses yet, but it's basically looking at instruction, administrative costs, operation of physical plant, those major cost categories divided by FTSE.
And then it looks like something at the bottom of your top 5 degrees.
That's in terms of number awarded.
Yes.
Okay. So that is intended to be out by the end of the year, right?
Yes. Until.
Yeah. So another reason that we need certification in a timely fashion so we can run this.
I don't know if you've looked at the Delta cost study.
Yes, I have.
Submitted type things per FTE.
Right. Their data comes from IPEDS, and it's, in comparison state to state, is really all we could probably use. The only problem is it's not very current. Because right now, like the Delta cost study is using 2007, I think 2008 is the latest update.
Yeah, we went ahead and used their methodology and pulled the IPEDS data for 0809.
Right. And we can do that. We have, the state data for 9. We just don't have the national data to compare for.
They're hiring somebody. Is Milkshake the one who's going to be doing this again, or
well, our staff is pulling all the information together in spreadsheet forms, and then we'll turn it over to an editor who will make it nice and pretty for us.
Yeah,
and I think it is Milkshake that they're talking to.
So it's meant to be a slick document that will appeal to legislators.
I think we have private funding that's going to help with the slick presentation.
Yeah, because we don't have funds for slick. We're just lucky if we get it done. Okay, so you'll be hearing more about that later. I'm assuming as soon as it goes out, there will be this hard copy, but it'll also be online, I'm sure. So we'll be sending you links just to keep you posted on what's out there. But it will look substantially like what you'll see for your institution and accountability system. Okay. So, anything else related to accountability that you guys might have questions about that you'd like to talk about? The system itself, the reporting system. Okay.
I'm looking on the first page. I guess I have a question for Gary. This global stuff here, I'm talking about looking at the cost of attendance stuff. I'm wondering whether you ought to use median family income rather than average family income. I think you get a better result if you do that. Just as a thought. You can pick that up out of the annual survey that the Census Bureau does.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, as you study this in all your free time, if you can think of other things that you think might be improvements on what's listed here, please let us know. Okay. Anybody need a break before we move on? Okay. I see some heads shaking. We'll be gone for about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back.
Everything's at Texas State. Moving right along.
We're going to move on to the value-added part of the meeting. What's the consensus of everybody here? Would you like to just continue to meet as one group, or do you want to divide out? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll meet as one group, and we often get the question, what do you mean by value-added? And we always say, well, we hoped we hoped to get a definition of that, and we worked on it, and I think everybody did a great job last time round. You see the definitions as they kind of evolved, starting with comprehensive master's research, emerging research, and doctoral last time for the universities, and even the ones for the two-year institutions are somewhat the same. They've really looked at what students learn and can know and do when they leave your institution compared to what they knew and learned when they started. Now, we wouldn't mind having one specific definition for everybody, but I'm not going to harp on that anymore right now. But the idea is this is about students. It's not about higher ed's benefit to the state. That's a related but different topic. And I'm going to show you a clip here just to kind of get your head around what our board members are hearing and other members, and I think legislators hear things like that when they go to meetings. So this is going to be a clip that's coming from our advisory committee on cost efficiency. It's ready to go.
If everyone could find a seat, we've got a long agenda. I know that the 30-minute further questions for Professor Vetter. Commissioner?
Professor Vetter, my question is simply this. You talked about a wide range of issues, but could you tell us specifically, based on your research and your experience looking at this issue around the country, what specific 3 or 4, 2 or 3, whatever number you have in mind, specific measures do you think are most likely to lead to cost efficiencies and the kinds of more effective delivery of higher education than is currently the case?
Well, as you know, higher education is a moldable product. We do many things, and so it makes it very hard to measure productivity, which I think the key in a long-term sense is productivity. It's outcomes divided by the inputs necessary to get those outcomes. And on the outcomes side, I think we need to develop better measures of outcomes. And Charles Miller, who's a Texan, as some of you know, was chair of the Stallings Committee. He still goes into apoplexy every time I talk about it, because the colleges don't want to develop value-added measures. If we had a value-added measure of output, and we have a measure of per student cost of getting that output, at least it would allow us to measure the cost per dollar of unit output and how it varies from one institution to another, and that would be very useful. As I say, that's very difficult to do. What is the value added of a college education? There is a lot of disagreement on that. I think we haven't made enough use made of labor market information. I think we ought to be looking far more than we do at labor market information, employer-based information, and so forth. The Boeing Company does something very interesting. It surveys all of its, it keeps records on all the students based on college or graduation, where they graduated from, their earnings record, their valuations and all. I've been bugging them to make that public and to work with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or some other business group to get 100 other employers to do the same thing that are less science-based, maybe more, say, humanities-based companies, to get information of that kind. Maybe you could do that in Texas. Maybe Texas ought to have data on what, talk to Dell, talk to major employers in this state. What's your experience? We don't want to know individual information. We don't care about that. We want to know what schools do you get the best results from. Is it A&M or is it Austin, Texas Austin? Or is it the University of Oklahoma? Of course, that school probably would be excluded from the list of those even looked at. But what is it? You know, this would be something that would be very useful to the coordinating board to do. Try to get that to energize business. This doesn't even cost you any money. And they've been a little resistant to do this, but I think it would be very useful. We could, a businessman's guide to Texas universities. And then you could relate that data to cost. There's some community college people around here who I suspect dollar for dollar deliver a heck of a good product. Dollar for dollar. Their people don't make a lot, but you know, the cost of going there is low, the cost to the student is low, the cost to society is low, so you have to weigh the outcomes to the input. Something along those lines would be very useful.
Professor, similar to the Forbes rankings that you compile or help publish annually, are you talking about earnings after 5 years after graduation?
Yeah, that would be good. Have you use, there is one data source that's available that includes quite a number of Texas universities, and I can't speak to the veracity of the data, although the sample sizes are larger than you might think. Payscale.com. Have you used the at least look at the Payscale.com data? There is data on average and median salaries of graduates of several major Texas universities, 1 5 years, I think 10 years. I think they have it by, categories of years, 5 to 10 years after graduation, things like that. It would be worth looking at that data. And also that data varies a lot by major and by subject. And one issue is, in reallocating higher education resources is we often keep doing things we want because we want to, and because of tenure rules and so forth. We keep a medieval history major that perhaps should pass by the wayside at some point along the way, or a PhD program. And so you need to measure, do anthropology majors make as much as accounting majors? Now, I wouldn't make academic decisions solely on the basis of that. And liberal arts college people here would be blowing their gasket hearing me even suggest this. But I do think it is not irrelevant that if the contribution to society as measured by markets, as measured by salaries, is high, we ought to be thinking that this is an area we want to provide training in more than areas where the benefits appear, at least as markets determine them, to be low. So I would be looking at that measure.
Just so the committee will know, we do some tracking, at least within Texas, with the Texas Workforce Commission, and we plan on doing more of that. So
it's an area worth expanding, David, I would say.
Payscale I am familiar with, and it's largely self-reported, I think, but it is an interesting site.
Yeah, it needs to be. It's not perfect. It needs expansion. But, I'll tell you, if I may, just one last, I know Dr. Cohen is much more knowledgeable than me to speak. I never kept a university president or chancellor sitting screaming in his seat as long as this. There's a lot of data that there's one way we could solve this problem overnight, and when I mentioned this, the White House the other day said we can't do it because we don't have enough power. There's one organization in American society that knows what every college's median salary of their earnings, average, the distribution around that is, and that's the Internal Revenue Service. Line 7 of the long form, if we had the average data, say for we give them 1,000 Social Security numbers from 10 years back and say, here, people from our institution, we don't want any individual data. We're not trying to invade their privacy. We just want to know what are they earning there now, and what's the distribution of that earnings around the mean. And if we had that data on every school in the United States, wouldn't it be wonderful? And it's technically relatively easy, relatively low cost, and all it does is take a modest change in the law. And again, not in violation of anyone's privacy. The IRS employees know everything about all of us. They know how much alimony we pay, and they know everything. Why can't we get a broad contour of this? The IRS provides some of that basic data, and I think state governments ought to be pushing for that. Or you could get, to a lesser degree, but still useful data from the Social Security Administration, and sometimes from unemployment insurance records. The data are there. They're already collected. Be very useful. Maybe your state income. Well, you don't have a state income tax. That's why I like Texas. I knew there was a reason I like Texas.
Scott? Dr. Vetter, we spent a lot of time actually looking at productivity at UT. And the challenge we have...
Anyway, so if you want to listen to more of that, that's just one small clip, but it's the kind of thing that people are hearing. So they're wondering about it, and they keep hearing this value-added mention over and over, and it seems obvious what the meaning is until you try to go ahead and define it. But so I wanted you to know what our board chair had heard, and others. Because there was so much discussion there on workforce topics. I'm going to let Gabriela talk with you about some work that we did in response, actually, to the request from a number of people who were on the Emerging Research Institutions Accountability Group. And they were here this summer when we had a Data Fellows meeting about high school to college issues, but they got interested in data that Gabriela had shown them for students and wanted her to do some more work. So I'm going to let her talk about this. These are just things that are going on, and not saying that this is value added.
The request for the
just in case.
What they were saying was that if you have a student coming from a poor family, let's say a $25,000 a year income family, goes to college, after graduation they have an income by themselves, $25,000 or $30,000 a year, that's value added. That will push them in another type of quality, the quality of life will go up and so forth. So they were asking me to look and see if we can do something like that with the data we have in Texas. What I did, I took all the bachelor graduates and looked at their income in the first year after college. And of course I didn't look for the 08 graduates. I looked till 07, so that year after college was before the recession and the layoffs. Data about the income of the student's family I got from the FEDS report that everybody submits. There are two items there about parents' income, one the father income, mother's income, and other about the student income, the student by himself and the spouse. Another item that can be useful is the parents' educational level that is reported on that. Now, the problem is it's only for students who apply for some financial aid. I guess for universities there are more than for community colleges, but still, I looked pretty much, these are the graduates going back 6 years, how many were reported with this information. There are some issues though. First of all, about 16% of the graduates, I couldn't find any income in the first year after graduation.
60%?
16.
16.
So they either left the state, they were unemployed, I don't know, but you couldn't find them in Texas as being paid. If you add to this that some may be in graduate school and they have an income, but maybe they work as graduate assistants or whatever, which we don't know. How good is that income in this kind of calculations? About a quarter, 25%, a little bit more than 25%. Going back 10 years, I couldn't find the moment they started. Because the idea was, if I know they started this particular year, I look at their FAFSA information. The income reported there was a year before they started school. Well, a quarter, I couldn't find them as first time in college. They had the transfer from somewhere, I don't know, reporting problems. So basically you have a third of the cohort that you cannot find one way or another. And then how fair is to make that comparison? I mean, realistically, if it's a very poor family, yes, you may see it. But otherwise, a student freshly graduating from college has an income, how much it is it fair to say, well, it's lower than his parents' income? Well, his parents were for 20 years, or 30, So in a way, it's not, it's sort of normal. Should you compare only with one parent? Income, which one? The highest or not? Or the whole comparison, would it be fair? Or maybe the 5 years, as Professor Vedder suggested. So I'm not sure if this type of value added would be fair to do, or I think it can be done, but with clear things specified. I mean, what are the conditions at the beginning and at the end, and the lengths of time and so forth. Because there are students, for example, that are older, so they don't have a mother-father income, they have their own income at the beginning. Well, at the end, they have work experience for them going on anyway. So what do you do with that? So any suggestions, or just give it up, or I mean, whatever?
That doesn't seem like a very fair comparison, because I know when I graduated from college and I started a job, I wasn't being paid very much, and it took years of experience and then having that degree in order, to kind of to be compensated, in a better way, or fair way. So that 1 year out just seems, I mean, if you were going to do that type of comparison, I'd say you'd have to do it at least 5 to 10 years. It would have to be that combination of the work experience plus the degree that you have that would help you to move further along in your career than you might have without the degree.
And do you think it's worth pursuing further, or just...
Well, the other problem is, I don't know about you, but if you have 10 years of experience out, you don't necessarily get promoted because you have a degree. You get promoted based on your job performance. And so the further out you get to try to control for that stuff, if you think about academic credentials versus experience, that thing changes dramatically the further out you go. So there's so many methodological problems with this. I think it's not worth wasting a lot of time on.
You mentioned, and I'm just wondering if you know, but you mentioned the 16% you couldn't find. Did you find any preliminary things from the other 84%?
That's what I was saying. At one point I stopped, because the reality is the majority of students are not that poor, 20% per family income, that you can say, yeah, it's clear that they may earn more.
And then we also have the problem when we've gone several times and we've been asked questions about things such as first-generation students, and we come up with a conflict on the students' answers on the FAFSA or the Texas Common App. And we've taken some of those students and said, why did you answer differently? And they said, when we were going after money, we thought it would help us to answer this way. When we were going after admission, we thought it would be better to answer this way. So there is no affidavit signed to say it's correct. The other thing we had was we have so many different types of families out there that sometimes who they're living with does not fall under the category of mother or father. So do they answer for mother or father? Do they answer for a grandmother or granddad that they're living with, or what other kind of a family exists? And we had some who did not answer, who were unknown because they did not have a mother and father as the ones who they lived with.
Or maybe they just don't know.
Well, there was less of, most of the unknowns, the people did not fit the description of mother and father that they're living with.
I think there's also the issue of the major the student pursues and the degree that he gets is sometimes not the job he ends up
having. Well, we know that. I mean, we didn't even put that into consideration because there is no way to figure that out unless you call the student and ask. And even then, it's problematic. But so that wasn't even because it's an issue.
Yeah. I think all this data is fraught with so much error that it outweighs any kind of effect. And I would suggest, although it may be costly and no one has the patience to wait, someone get to design the research appropriately from this day forward. I mean, if you really are serious about this, I mean, figure out a way to assess students when they're coming in, or get a control group of students who don't go to college or something like that, and follow them over time in a longitudinal study where we won't see the results maybe for 20 years. But I mean, I think there's just so many issues. I mean, retrospective data, lots of produced by parents. Which parent? Do they live with those parents? I mean, it's like an awful lot of effort.
What do we do?
Very little potential for payoff.
What we did basically for those regional meetings that went on, we followed a 9th grade cohort from 96 and look how many of them went to college, what were the earnings for those who didn't, the ones who did, levels of degrees. So we followed them till 2008. So we saw the differences. Now, where did they work or whatever, again, you can look at what you have, and what you have is your wage records. So, in a way, looking just at wages, you don't need to wait very long, because you can go back and look at those people following them to present times. So going to the second project that I think last year I told you about, with TSTC asking for a funding model based on outcomes, not inputs. And there was a writer asking us to look if it's feasible to do that. It was us, Texas Workforce Commission, and the controller. For this writer, the Texas controller had another one that asked them to look not only at TSTCs but to all two-year institutions. Now, after that, maybe they will want to look at 4 years. I don't know. But the conclusion was that it's feasible. But in the same time, we discovered some issues that need to be clarified before you can do it consistently. And when TSTC started that, they commissioned a study from Perryman Group, and they had their results there regarding impact on the state. That was the idea. What impact on the state has each graduate? Our assumptions were a little bit different than theirs, so the impact was a little bit lower than they got. For example, they considered a high school graduate, it's a rock, zero impact on the state, which is not quite true. A high school graduate still has a job and earns money and buys things. So what we did, we took the people who graduated and compared them with people who did not go to college, they had a high school diploma. That data did not come from what we followed, but from the census data. How much they earned, and we took the age into consideration. How much a high school graduate earns if they are 30 years old, that group. So that's a difference there. We also did not look at all the graduates. We looked at levels of degrees. The impact is different by level of degrees of a certificate or an associate degree and majors. So some majors have greater impact than other majors. It's just the way it is.
Okay.
So there are those things that need to be taken into consideration, but it's feasible to do something like that. We did the wages and the number of graduates and majors and so forth, looking from 2000 up to now. The problem here is that as you come closer to 2009, you have less people, less years. So when you have the 2000 cohort, you follow their wages year by year for 10 years. Well, 2007, you have only 2 years to follow them. That's all you have. So the number of people in a cohort, when you split them by this and that, can become really low. For example, I excluded people that I didn't see wage for every year that we followed. So, but it can be done. The controller's office did the other part, the impact on the state and tax returns and job creations, and I cannot tell you very much about those things because I don't know much about it. It was what they put based on the data they had, these economic indicators and data that they have. But it can be done, and it can look pretty good.
Of course, you alluded to this at the very beginning, but the elephant in the parlor is the state of the economy as well. And how do you control for this year, last year?
You don't.
And you don't.
Because in the end, it's a reality.
The other thing we might want to, just to make an impossible situation worse, if you were looking at net impact on the state, I think you need to look at the income side, but you need to look at the draw on social services on the other side, the cost versus the other. So I think if you look at various kinds of the cost to the state of providing various kinds of services to people with lower educational attainment levels, I think you might end up with something that netted that kind of stuff out a little bit. But still, I'm suspicious about the methodological concerns are so large that.
And you've probably seen the College Board's report. And of course, I look at it, but right now they're saying it's 13 years and 2 months. It's grown a little bit. That if you take somebody from high school to go into the workforce, where does the college educated individual act differently? Right now they're just over 34 years old. They're finally beginning to earn a little bit more. They've overcome their student debt. But then the difference is, they track how much more likely are they to vote, how much more likely are they to volunteer, and they do some of those things. But last year, the difference in volunteering was less than an hour a year. How much more likely were they to vote? A little bit. How much more likely were they to get a swine flu shot? A little bit. How much more likely, and they're tracking that stuff until these people are beyond 34 years old. So that's, if we set it up today and say, guess what we'd like to track for the next 35 years?
And I'm sure how many people you lose.
Right. And of course, the College Board's using this, trying to say the value of keeping scholarship funding at the federal level in place. And so they're hunting for anything to show the eventuality of it. But it's not a super quick come up and give me this, and then if you find out that, guess what, college-educated people volunteer more, 48 minutes more a year.
Is it worth it?
is lessening, and what are you proving? 35 years down the line, guess what?
But they want data by institution, correct? They want to know which Texas institution does the best job, and when you're talking at that final level, I don't see how any of this data could really be that useful. Depends on your mix of majors greatly.
Yeah.
Our nursing majors do wonderfully. They get $60,000 when they graduate. But other majors, or dance majors, get about $10,000, like the latest one.
And they're glad to get it.
But does it mean that they have not benefited personally or benefit the state? It's so oversimplified.
Dwayne, did you want to
Yes,
comment?
the group that I'm in, I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, but at least from a personal point of view, had a much more restricted point of view and probably more, I don't know, not quite so moral-based as what you're talking about when we got into this discussion and when we kept it going and when we came up with our definition of what we were thinking of when we said value added. I mean, I'm going to put it in crude terms, and there you could use other examples, but we were talking about if you're going to compare universities on 6-year graduation rate, that we're not going to look as good as we think we ought to look. And we think there's some larger schools who are attracting huge percentages of top 10% students that's not going to be a fair comparison. Now, there's some things that have happened in the intervening 3 years or 4 that we've been having this ongoing discussion. I mean, the top 10% and the Pell Grant regression issue has helped some. I mean, it'll give us something else to look at. But we really didn't get into it from the point of view of defending the value of getting a college education. That was valuable, but that's a broader philosophical topic than I remember us having. We were talking about if we're going to report to the state 6-year graduation rate, wouldn't we want to know what quarter of the high school class they graduated from, for instance? By the way, parenthetically, we're beginning to get a harder and harder time getting that information from a lot of high schools. They refuse to give it or calculate it. So we're losing some valuable data there, we think. But anyway, that's a different point. But I guess I'm thinking we're talking about two different things. What Dr. Vetter was talking about, all right, that's fine, well and good, and the state probably ought to do that. And that 1 hour a year you're talking about, it might be worth it when you figure out, is there anything else that changes people's volunteer rate by 1 hour a year? There may not be anything else we can find that makes that much difference, but that wasn't what we were discussing nor what we gave a definition of, really. That's my point.
Yeah, what Gabriella was doing was running something in response to the request she got from the Emerging Research Institution folks, and it was just a FYI on what we tried to do and the fact that it was not very successful from our point of view.
I apologize for misunderstanding.
Well, no, it's just a way to have some kind of conversation, because we've already discussed value added quite a bit. And did you guys want to make any other comments? Okay. We need to continue to make a little bit of progress on this. We've bought some time by using the incentive funding measures, the milestone measures, but this topic isn't going to go away. And yes, they do want to compare institutions. I think that's the sad reality of it all, is that what they really are hoping is to see how different institutions are from one another. But
what's disturbing, a little bit disturbing, is that it's all based on money. That's why you go to college, to make money. And everybody knows that you go to college for many reasons. And getting a decent job may be one of them, but I don't think everybody has the idea they want to go to college so they can make so much more money, or as much money as possible.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's what you're looking at when you do these kinds of measures.
Yeah, and we're not saying that we're going to do this measure. It was just to let you know our attempt to respond to a request that we got, and that it really wasn't very successful in terms of students found or in results. And it, when people like Dr. Vetter talk, it sounds like something like this might be a way to look at differences between students, but we found it not very useful. And so, which means if we can't use something like this, then we need to figure out some other ways of measuring this. Now, the TARE, I'm sure all of you are familiar with TARE, the Data Advisory Committee there has set up a small group that's going to be working on this issue. I don't think anybody in here's on that group, but they'll be reporting back sometime in the near future on that. So there's something going on outside of what happens in these meetings. But we still do need to try to figure out what do we think it means, this terminology value added, and how can we measure that. We talked last time a little bit about learning and subsequent course. In the future, we are going to have a little bit more information, and I know we're going to be pressured to run data where we, particularly once the high school results are in from the high school test, we look at how students do in their first college level courses, and then we look at how they do in what would be identified as subsequent courses. That can happen after we receive the OOS report, where we find what courses students are taking and what grades they make. I know we're going to be running that data. If we do have people suggest that we use it, we would like to have your help in figuring out how it should be used and what kinds of courses might be considered subsequent courses. I know that some institutions have already identified those groupings on what's the most likely second course that you're taking if you're in a field like math. If you're taking a first math course, we know a lot of students may not even take a second math course. So there's going to be a big drop off there. But in things maybe like history or government, it might be a little more obvious that there's a second course that you're going to be taking. So that's one of the other things we know will be coming, and we will be measuring that. And is that a possibility of a way to indicate some level of learning, not for individual students, but for the mass of students at an institution? So think about the problems with that and how we, when we're running the data, can resolve those issues. If there's something that you do on your campus when you're evaluating how students are doing, to see if there are, say, any roadblocks or gatekeeper courses that are preventing students from moving on, what kinds of things are you looking at, and how successful are you in determining whether there's some alternative way that it can be handled? Gary Hansen, who was at UT, often talks about an individual professor that they identified in something like chemistry or something where he flunked most of the students, and they suggested that he not teach undergraduate courses. He started teaching something else, and a lot more students started being successful in chemistry. Now, we don't want to get to that point because we're not looking at it at what the institutions are doing. But if you're doing something that would give you some hints for institutionally what might be useful at your institution that you think we might want to look at. Because if you don't give us something, somebody else probably will, and it'll be like looking at the SATs for the incoming students. We'll be required to do something, and it's nice if we have something else that we can suggest. Student satisfaction survey results, I know that's been mentioned a couple of times, but we haven't ever really wanted to go there.
On this kind of workforce stuff, I know that both on our exit surveys that we do with graduating students, and we do an alumni survey 2 years out, and we ask a number of questions about how has your employment situation changed as a result of, or before or after, at least, I'm not sure. And so you can get some kinds of information that way that's different from this sort of global workforce analysis kinds of stuff. Of course, it's all self-reported and all of that, but at least you can ask some questions that potentially probe that improvement in economic prospects, at least from a self-reported point of view that way. I think it's better than trying to mine your way through all this workforce data with all of the things Gabriella was talking about as being difficult.
Well, the problem is that at the state level, you cannot really send surveys one after another.
Absolutely.
So we need to rely, especially as that writer was requesting, a funding method. It needs to be done the same way with data that you're sure you have every year for everybody. So from that point of view, but I think you are right.
I understand that, but this, on an institution-by-institution basis, this is how we would know more than...
My question to you is, I think everybody is doing alumni survey. Everybody is doing probably an exit survey. How can we get that type of information? Because you have it. But to do something at the state level, we need to get that information from you.
You'd have to set parameters like, every institution needs to survey its graduates 2 years out, and maybe they need to incorporate in the survey these 2 or 3 questions, and then we're reporting. And well, that would be asking a lot, because not everybody does
that's my next question.
But I mean, that would be asking a lot. But not dictating the whole survey, but dictating a little piece of it, I would think might be more palatable than.
I think if you look through the survey, I'm sure everybody asked something about the workforce. I mean.
The exit surveys are all very different. I would suggest that would be something where you might look for funding to do some sort of a pilot where you had institutions volunteer to do the same kind of graduate survey, and it wouldn't be really expensive, but if you could get some sort of funding and cover the cost of doing that, institutions would be probably willing to do it.
As an idea, would it be doable? Let's say we did the pilot, but what Carol said, would it be so difficult for the institution to say, yes, we'll put these 2 or 3 questions there between our 20?
No, if you were going to tell us that we had to do it with this cohort of students at this period of time after graduation or whatever, that would be expensive to us because we're not doing that. So we'd have to have a staff person to do it. Right now, that would be a big expense to ask institutions to absorb.
Right now, one of the LBB measures, we have to ask about first generation. This, even though we collect it at the front end, there's that first generation at the time of graduation, and the way you have to do that is on an exit survey typically. Right. So we got to plug in a question in our exit survey to get some kind of data about that. And that was a statewide, that was an LBB kind of mandate for figuring that out. I'm not sure everybody did it that way, but that's
still at graduation. If you want information 2 years out or 3 years out or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they do a survey 2 years out. We've just started doing one 1 year out.
Right.
I do it in-house. Yeah. And, maybe adding a second year to that, I wouldn't be that bad,
we don't try to do
deal.
Or maybe you would change your 1 year in 2 years.
I mean, what's your response rate? That's the next question.
Yeah.
That's the next.
We've got about I have to figure it out. We had 330. The last one we did was May 2009 grads. 332 students out of about 1,200, but we didn't have good addresses for every single one.
That's about 30%.
Yeah, 30%.
Yeah, then I guess there's also the issue of, are the ones who respond representative of the whole group? Are they the ones who are doing the best?
Big issue.
And you really want to...
So I don't really think that we necessarily want to go there, but in the absence of something else, we need some ideas from you guys on things that you think might be useful.
Years ago, Gary and I did surveys at UT Austin. That was before there was the MESI and all these other national types of survey instruments. And I wonder, is there anything
being developed or talked about on a national level to collect exit survey kinds of information. And, I think you don't want to just focus on graduates. You want to focus on the students who drop out also, to have kind of a comparison group, or whatever happened to them. But, just thinking in terms of, the surveys that we used to do are now being done on a national level, and it would be nice if this at least could be done kind of on a state level.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have a report for community colleges only, CBM 116, where it's not the type of information that you're talking about, but what we do, we try to find them enrolled or working, and if we don't, we send a list back to the institution saying we didn't find these graduates at all. And they are supposed, they have like 6 weeks to call the students to find out what they are doing. But when we started asking about, what about the ones who drop? Because right now it's graduate. Everyone was like, oh man, we cannot afford doing that. So it's nice to know and compare, but realistically,
they're all on Facebook now. We've got it covered.
but I'm not
just
all
that
out there. Okay, well, this is a topic on which we will continue to struggle to try to find an answer. And, even looking at earnings, what does that really say about what students learned, which the measures that were originally defined really talk about students' skills and abilities coming from their higher education time, and this doesn't directly get at that. So, yes.
So do we have a definition as to what is it that we want to measure? Are we measuring philosophically or earning?
That's what we need to work on.
Yeah.
Once we decide what we're trying to find out, then we find methodological ways to get what we want.
Yeah.
But not until we come up with what we want to measure as a consensus, then we don't know what we're doing.
And you can see on this one sheet that says value-added definitions that the last group, which was the doctoral group, came up with changes in students' capabilities as a result of their education at a college or university, which is the same as the emerging research did, and not that different in a way than the others. The others were just a little bit longer, but really you're talking about.
But even on that one, it's not pretty straightforward, because from the statistical point of view, we can't say that the gain was merely due or totally due to the time of the spending education. I mean, you got maturity, you got all the literature that goes there.
And as I recall, the discussions from last time were those things happen. There's no way to try to take that into consideration. Those extra changes that happen to a student as they get older and hopefully mature. So those weren't going to be included. And for most part, it seemed like some kind of difference, kind of pre and post, if you could do it. But
even at pre and post, there are a lot of different things that go into it,
right,
and we have to account for them. Otherwise, like she was saying, we can't get valid and reliable results because too many things go into it.
Yeah, and we understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we'll let this conversation on value added stop at that point. We just know that we're continuing to struggle with this, and we will be asked about it, no doubt, in the near future. For now, we're going to point people to the milestone funding and the incentive measures, not value added. But don't let it go far from your minds, because if you think of something, it would be useful for us to know, because we're going to still get pressure to do this.
I'm wondering whether there would be any value in putting together some kind of little position papers from time to time about how these seemingly simple ideas unravel as soon as you try to do it. And, that's going to make us as researchers feel good. I'm not sure it's going to make anybody on the political side feel good. But at least we ought to somehow say, okay, this seems like a good idea. We tried it. We had this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem, and this problem, and we can't figure out how to make this simple idea work. And other than making us feel good, I'm not sure it would have any benefit.
Yeah.
But at least if we could capture some of the issues here and provide, whoever we is, provide something that said, okay, we tried this, and here are it's fraught with these kinds of problems, and we have no confidence here, or very little, that what we're finding out is really going to be valid information at all, or reliable information at all.
You might want to think about working with the TARE Data Advisory Group, because I think that's part of what they're going to be doing.
Who's in charge? Who's heading that group?
Martha Oburn and... Do you remember? Oh, no, it's not Tom.
No, Tom?
No, I'm trying to think who's on the university side. Oh, Vicki West from Texas Tech.
I think at the very least we might be able to do a kind of peel the onion analysis here. Well, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Maybe we can get closer to something.
You know, the difficulty with so many of these things are that they're very hard to do, and hard to do accurately to any small extent. But to say that you can't do anything is not really the answer people want to hear, and so then they just think that you're trying to make excuses.
I understand.
So
that's why we have to come up with some solution, even though it's maybe expensive and may not be immediate. But it seems to me when we debunk every possible suggestion as being unfeasible, then we have to come up with something other than throwing up our hands.
What's your effort, what you've done in response to the comments that we heard, Dr. Bitter?
Yeah.
And if those questions are being raised and those issues are being raised, then somehow we need to let them know that we tried to do this, and here's what happened when we try to do that, and all the things that are wrong with that, and how we can't get it. Because if he's saying this at a board meeting across the state of Texas, and legislators are listening to it and so forth, we're probably going to come back and ask, well, why didn't you look into that? And we probably need to say we have looked at it, but here's all.
Well, it's not quite to what the way I understood. When I listen to what he's saying, he's talking about employers, and it reminded me when I looked at the ranking of some program, and it was my son, and I looked at the ranking of architectural programs, and it was done by the Association of Architects, and they asked the employers. Exactly what they asked, but it was based on the graduates from that school did better than the others, and that's how they ranked the programs. It seemed to me something like that. He was talking about us, the employers, which graduates from which school perform better in whatever you put them to do. Because theoretically, even if they don't work in the field, if we teach them well, they should perform, even if they are not quite in that field.
And I have one graduate from my school at your company.
And you're going to decide.
And you've got to get an employer who's worried about the bottom line to spend a lot of time filling out questionnaires.
That's a problem. And most graduates don't work for large companies like that. I mean, they work for a company that there may be only 2 or 3 college grads at that.
But it's really difficult.
Yeah, it's...
Anyway,
it's difficult.
Yeah. We'll all agree to say it's still difficult and still don't have any good answers to how to do it. But we'll continue to have to chip away at this. Okay, so for those of you who are listening online, we're going to take about half an hour break for lunch. We'll start again about 5 till 1, and we'll see you back here then. We don't have any drinks this time. Okay, Natalie Coffey normally does this URRS presentation. She's our URRS person, but she's not here today. So Gabriella and I are going to walk through her slides. So if you're involved with the URRS at your institution, you probably know that I think about the beginning of November, maybe late October, there was a message sent out to all the institutions that instead of filling out a very, 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 very long form and putting lots of information in there, this year the only thing you were going to have to do was complete a 1,000 character box that's in the accountability system. A number of years ago, James Dilling and I did a study for Ryder, and we looked at reporting that institutions do to the coordinating board, and there were a few things that were particularly disliked, and this URRS report was way up there at the top of the list in terms of amount of time that it took on the part of the institutions and the benefit that they thought came from it. And so we took that message to heart, and instead of requiring the long form you had to do in the past, and then the analysis of it that would be done here, either by coordinating board staff or by outside consultants, we're now just requesting this 1,000 character box that you can already access on the accountability system. You're supposed to put something in there about what you think your promising practices are, or the good things that you're doing, and so that's all you're going to have to do. So let's see, which one's the first one? Okay. So according to Natalie here, the URRS outcomes, aligning institutional targets with the URRS and providing feedback to institutions of higher education regarding promising practices to support attainment of institutional targets, and increasing efficiency by combining and aligning reporting. So
those targets are the ones...
Those are your closing the gaps targets. And what we'll be looking at perhaps, and Gabriella's in the process of running information that will be given to our P16 staff when they're going to evaluate not what you're putting in your box, but the results of what's going on at your institutions. And they'll be looking at comparing things like what we say your enrollment would be based on your participation forecast, how that differs from your closing the gaps, because that's meant to be the difference between your normal activities and the extraordinary things you're doing to attract and retain new students, and see how well you're doing beyond what your performance, your participation forecast numbers say they should be. The reason that it's a little tricky for us to use the institutional targets themselves is that not everybody uses the same procedures for determining what your targets should be. Some institutions are very aggressive, as we ask that institutions be. Others are really not very aggressive at all because they're afraid that if they don't meet their targets, there'll be some terrible thing happen to them. So we'll be looking where you are beyond your participation forecast, and we'll look at a number of measures, mostly related to enrollments and persistence of students at your institution.
So basically, fall to fall persistence, fall to spring persistence, how many of your students graduate, and that would be by gender, within ethnicity, and by academic preparation in developmental ed or college ready. So that's the main focus, how they are doing based on this.
So according to Natalie's slide here, these are some of the things that were reported by institutions in 2009. Their partnerships with high-need schools, their outreach to pre-college students like Summer Bridge, strategic financial aid assistance, and etc. Let's see, what else she has? Number of students served. Okay. Okay, so next step. We're working on this development of data which will come in probably the November timeframe. Then P16 will look at what's being done across the state and try to identify those institutions that they think are doing the best job based on the data that we give them. And once those institutions are identified, then they're going to recruit those institutions to be volunteer sites for people to come in and visit. So they'll look at ones who are doing very well, and then they'll look at also trying to identify institutions that don't seem to be doing as well, based on where it looks like they should be. And then they'll suggest that people from the institutions that aren't doing as well visit those institutions that appear to be doing well. Probably they will look at peer groups to some extent, because size can influence what goes on at an institution, but they also may be looking at other characteristics like the population of your area and what that's like.
And I know Natalie specifies that there will be no extra funding for these visits. But we really hope that being in state won't be a big problem to go and visit, if you think it's useful.
So far, the institutions that she's talked to have said that they didn't think it would be a very costly thing for them to do, and they thought they could do it within existing resources. It won't be as costly for the institutions who are being visited as for those who will need to go and visit somewhere. But the effort is to bring together institutions and share results that seem to work. It's at least better for everybody else than having to do the URRS, and maybe just the savings in time and to the staff will make it worthwhile.
Yeah, I think this is a good change of direction. Good. For this particular report. I think the previous report was really difficult.
Yeah, that's the impression I get too. So we hope that this will be a big improvement. If you choose to spend some time thinking about this and can think of measures that you think might be reflective of what's really a fundamental change in an institution where it begins to show real promise in attracting students they haven't in the past, let us know. We can always add it to the list of things that will be running for P16. And primarily it would be things out of the accountability in your existing reporting, so there won't be anything else that has to happen on the part of the institutions besides filling out your little box, which is due by the 1st of December. And I would think the hardest part would be just deciding what you can say in 1,000 characters, but it's not a lot, that's for sure. But it's the 1,000-character box is our way of getting around the requirement that's in the statute that says you have to do a report. And so this will be your report. Okay. Any comments other than cheers? People who don't care obviously aren't the ones who have to do this report. So, but from those I think who have to do it, they'll be very pleased with this change. We're now waiting for Lucy to come. I'll call her again real quickly. I said come at 10 after, but.
And if you have any questions about this, Natalie is the best person to email.
How about using a little box concept for some of these other reports? Like
a little box. When did we say the accountability report would be open after Thanksgiving?
Yes, but this is already there. And so for this one, you would need to go in and use your existing password for accountability and just go in and fill it out.
I also have that.
Gabriella, can you walk down there to the commissioner's conference room?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Hey, hooray! Perfect timing.
Goodness me.
Yeah, you're a busy lady today, huh?
Busy day.
It's all right.
So we have with us Lucy Heston, formerly Lucy Bloor. She got married 10-10-10.
Did.
Easy to remember. And what, on Thursday or when?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, leaving for her honeymoon.
Yes.
So,
okay. I'm very excited.
Honeymoon in
Hawaii. Okay. Well. Yeah, 3 weeks. Very excited. Well, the existing program review, first of all, before we get too much further, please know that everything that we have is in draft phase. We are very much in the hammering out the details, deciding who's where, what, and that sort of thing. So feedback is going to be extremely important on what you guys think will or won't work, what you would like to see, what you think is superfluous. Please, please, this is a very much work in progress that we would like your input with. So why are we doing this lovely existing program review, and what's it all about? As you know, probably about this time last year, there was sort of a shift in the work of the academic affairs in changing the process for program delivery from program approval end, making it more streamlined on this end, to program review, the emphasis for the coordinating board on program end of and midst of program review. So the standards for both associate and bachelor's programs and master's programs allow the institution to say, yes, we think it makes all of these, let's go and run with it, except obviously for those that are $2 million or more, or engineering programs need to do the full report, student need, workforce demands, that sort of thing. Our focus now is going to be, is the program that you have said, yes, is lovely, let's run with it. Is this program now producing completers? And also, we are going to be looking at data for existing programs, ones that have been going along. And that's what I'd like to focus on today, is the existing program review. There are actually 3. We have now officially crossed out the master's degree. Career and technical certificates, applied and academic associates, and baccalaureate degrees will be the ones that are part of this existing program review. We thought about masters, and then it was pretty much decided, no, that needs to stay at the institutional level, so that we can nix that one. It is going to have 2 components to it. Quite possibly the quantitative measures, which is going to be coming from Janet's area and Gabriella's area, all the lovely quantitative data from a planning and accountability, and we'll look at some of those measures in just a bit, and that will be pre-populated for you. The qualitative measures are the non-data run things that aren't sent in a CBM report or such like that, and is more general and textually based, and we will look at some of those. When is this going to occur? Good question is the next thing. We do have pilot phases in the beginning of their run. Gabriella's group have run data for the certificate and applied associates in drafting, and we're looking to run the English and history on the baccalaureate degrees in the pilot phase, and then asking institutions to perhaps run a pilot on one of those programs and see how it works and find any glitches before we move on to the full implementation. We are waiting for our IT department right now to create a web-based database that is easily accessible by both the coordinating board staff and institutions. So as soon as that is off and running, we'll be able to do the pilot phase, and hopefully a short time after the full implementation, once we've got rid of all the bugs. So the goal is possibly run the pilot project in the spring, and the full implementation, we'd like to do it the following spring. We know that's an awfully long time afterwards, but we don't want to hit you with another report right when in the fall semester when all your other reports are due. So it's a matter of timing on that aspect too. So when, we don't know. That's not very helpful, is it? How do we pick these programs? Obviously, we're not going to do every single one of the programs every single year. That will be a little much. So we've decided to identify programs by the first 2 digits of the CIP code and combine all those programs as one, some of which are so
large in scope that we think they may be best divided into 4-digit SIP. For example, the fine arts Code 50, we'd split that off into, all of the Code 50s would be done that year, but the four separate reports would be submitted under dance, theater, art, and music, for example. And it, again, depending on the area, we'll let you know probably a good 6 months beforehand which ones that we believe will be best split down to the 4-digit SIP. But again, all of those within the 2-digit SIP will be done in that same year. Which ones go in which year? We are still working on a rotation of those, but effectively what it's going to be is each program will be reviewed every 10 years, which will give us about three programs, three two-digit SIPs to be reviewed each year at your institution. So everybody's psychology programs will be reviewed in the same year across the state on a 10-year cycle. The applied academics, applied associate's degrees, we're going to review them more on an institutional basis just because of the nature and mission of their program. That's what it means when they'll be reviewed as one. We're not going to subdivide it by SIP code just because of the nature of their programs. Obviously, there will be some exemptions and substitutions. Exemptions if you have a new program within the last 5 years. And substitutions if you had an internal and an external review within the last 2 years. And again, this is something we'd like some feedback on. You can submit that in as part of the qualitative response to go along with the quantitative data. The quantitative data will still be run, but this will be in addition to it as sort of additional explanation and programmatic evaluation from content experts. Next up, we have the measures. Again, we talked about the qualitative and quantitative measures. The quantitative measures have really focused on the 4 areas in closing the gaps. Most importantly, the first 2, participation and success. How many students do you have in the program? Where are they? Where are they coming from? How are they finishing through your program? Are they staying at your institution in the same program? Are they staying at your institution finishing in a different program? Are they going to another institution and finishing over there? How is that going? So these are very much broken down into the minutiae. Excellence, we're really going to be focusing on faculty excellence. Research, we're still trying to figure out whether we want to include this or not, because that gets really into dollars and cents and such like that. So all of this data will be, again, pre-populated by the accountability, planning and accountability department. That information will be sent to you for the rest of the responses. The qualitative measures will allow for the variation in programs, allow for a little more explanation into what is occurring at the institution that can't be answered by a number. What resources do you have at your institution that you believe are of national excellence? Are there components to what faculty and students are doing that you believe are noteworthy, that are of national excellence? And this will be entered by the institution before review. Going back to the quantitative measures, this is just a quick list of some components. For each level, for the certificates, the applied, the academic, and the bachelor's degrees, each of them have a measure, and it could be defined a little differently for each level. So not one size fits all. When we talk about transfer rate in one institution, it could mean something else. It could have a different definition at a different level, just because of the nature of the students that you're working with. So when we talk about faculty numbers and qualifications, we're really talking about how many full-time faculty do you have who have a doctorate? How many part-time faculty do you have that have a doctorate, and that sort of thing, just as to compare apples to apples on that. Core course completion rate is going to be coming from the funding codes, I believe. Isn't that correct? Class size, I believe we're going to be dividing that into upper division and lower division. So many of these are going to be very much split out to give more detail other than just one number, and hopefully a little more explanation to the general public about what is occurring in all of these. Our qualitative measures, sorry, go back to the definitions. So you can see, I just pulled out a few definitions at each level. I'm not going to read them out to you, but you can see how flushed they are, how very much they've got many components to it. For example, persistence rate of juniors and seniors. We're going to be looking at juniors. We're not looking at persistence rate of freshmen and sophomore, you'll be glad to hear. Only juniors and seniors, because we figure once they're with you, they're stuck with you, and they're going to stay. So we're going to look at the persistence rate of juniors and seniors enrolled in at least 12 hours, and where they are 1 year later. Are they the same or in another program 1 academic year later? And we've even tweaked this definition, I believe, since I put this up. So we've added institution in there as well. Same thing with seniors. Where are they a year later? Are they gone? Have they graduated? So you can see that most of the definitions do have quite a bit of components to them. The qualitative measures is, again, that information that the institutions will be entering. Courses and syllabi, really what we'd like to do here is, if you'd let us know what courses you have, we can go to the lovely website that you've created for HB 2504, and we'll go see them to make sure that, well, not to make sure, to look at the syllabi to see that everybody's got all their ducks in there. So that's really what that is for. Looking at your faculty workload, so we can see the breakdown of teaching, research, and administration, what your faculty is doing and where their focus is on that. And then any, again, as I mentioned, notable achievements for both faculty and students to go beyond the numbers. Those are just some of the qualitative measures that we've sort of been throwing about and bantering about. And again, if you have ideas about those qualitative measures or what you believe should or should not be included in that, or how that would work, please don't hesitate to let me know. Give me a call, however. We talked about the review process, how it's going to be, again, a 10-year cycle on the 2-digit SIP. That was another thing. Going back one more, just real quick, Gabriella. One of the other meetings we were talking about how they should be grouped together. The community colleges, the very large community colleges, talked about career clusters for their certificate and applied associate degrees. If you would let me know if you would think that all of your colleges, if you had a college that had several different SIP codes in it, programs that could be, if you'd like them all to be reviewed in 1 year, or if you think it would be better if they were split apart, or like programs together or dissimilar programs together. Let me know which would be better for your institution. Obviously, we're going to have the same rotation for the whole state, but if I could get some feedback on what you think would be preferable for you guys, and then if we can see a general trend, let's do all of the sciences all in 1 year, or no, that would cause a total meltdown, let's split them up over 5 or 6 years, that sort of thing. So let me know if you have an opinion on that. So again, the information's going to be put in the lovely website that is being built as we speak, sent to you guys. You put in the qualitative data, it gets sent back to us for review, and once it is the review is complete and there has been allowable time for response from the institutions, any concerns that have come up on our level, the institutions will be able to respond. It's after it has been through the complete review process, will it be available online for the general public? The quantitative data, definitely. The qualitative data, we're going to be discussing and seeing the best route for that. Now, as I said, all of this is in draft form, and I think this is the biggest reason that I need a big giant red pen to X through this page. We met on Friday morning to discuss the review process and what we thought the outcomes should be. We read this again and we thought, well, this is awfully mean. And it's really not the purpose of existing program review, is not to see how we can shut it down. And that's what this looks like. That is not the purpose of existing program review. The purpose of existing program review is for the institutions to look at their quantitative and qualitative data, look at it in comparison with their accountability peer groups and the statewide data, and see what improvements can be made to that program. And that is how the coordinating board would like to assist in that process, by providing the data and allowing for review at the programmatic level. The results of the review, do we ever want to close a program down? No. That is not, our goal is not to go in and find error, find mistakes with these programs. It is to find areas that for improvement as necessary or for growth within the program. So again, big giant red X through that slide. I know it looks teeny-weeny from 1,000 miles away, but hopefully this is what the website will look like. As you can see in the first column there, we have our closing the gaps measures broken down into the quantitative and qualitative assessment. And as I mentioned just a few seconds ago, what will eventually be seen available for the institution and for the general public is seeing the quantitative data in comparison with your accountability peer group and also statewide data. So we can compare apples to apples on this component. Again, nothing will be posted until the review process is entirely complete and everyone is happy with what is available online. And then the final slide here, we will be launching a website soon. I say with a big giant question mark. It's always very difficult to put up a website with documents on it that really aren't 100% perfect yet. But we do understand that everybody wants to be able to see where we are in the process, and we've skimmed through everything so quickly today. Do want to make sure that you have access to what our definitions are, all of them, not just one, so there can be feedback. Please don't hesitate to email myself, or David Couch is also working on this project. Some of you may know David. He worked on institutional effectiveness back in the day. My name is changing. I haven't the faintest idea when it's going to be changed by IT. I'd rather than finish our website than change my name at this point in time. So either one will be fine. Does anybody have any comments, suggestions, questions? Tell me. I'm writing notes like a madwoman.
Well, one of the things that was most startling about this is it's good the way you've outlined it, but I was amazed there isn't more emphasis on learning outcomes. Since the institutions are all having to do that for SACs, usually on an annual basis, and struggling with it in some cases. I mean, I know you have student and faculty achievement, but that's just a qualitative measure. It's just kind of quickly glossed over. But and a lot of these measures are more what you have data for.
Correct.
Not necessarily outcomes per se. In the sense that RLR accrediting agencies are talking about learning outcomes.
Do you have some suggestions for how to do that?
I mean, I think part of the report should deal with the program's learning outcomes and how they're measured and how they're tracked and how they've changed and how the program can document student learning success. I mean, it could be a qualitative measure because everybody does things differently. But I really think that ought to be emphasized front and center.
This is good to hear. I'm actually where I'm supposed to be. My other place, my clone, is over with the UEAC, the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee, and we are battling this right now as the assessment component of the core curriculum, of the proposed core curriculum. So learning outcomes are very much on the forefront of that, too. So
keep in mind that my job is institutional assessment.
Right.
So I struggle with getting everybody to pay attention to this.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it really doesn't help to have that sort of hidden in the program.
Hidden. Okay. So more emphasis on the learning outcomes of the program.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
That's my opinion.
There could be links. There could be links to
current processes
where you actually have results, because we have to have those for SAC.
Right. Yeah. And that's really what we hope with this, is that any time that you have existing information, give us the link. You don't have to explain the same thing that you've already done.
Yeah.
So
in our existing program review, we do include the student learning outcomes, but it's a good time to do a synopsis of what you've seen over the years. And especially with this being a 10-year period.
Yeah, that would be excellent, because a lot of times the annual reviews just kind of obscure what's really happening long term.
I think that one of the things that will be potentially interesting to institutions from this data is some of the potential comparative information where they can sort of look at other institutions and compare their programs to those. One of the things, though, that I do also think, though, is that it's fairly elaborate what you're kind of outlining here. And, it's real hard to tell, how much work it's going to be, what exactly the information is going to be used for, and how useful it's going to be. And one of the things that I personally recommend that you consider incorporating into this is some kind of an annual survey where you ask the provosts of the institutions to actually assess the effectiveness of this program review activity. Among other things, you're apt then to get feedback on what information they really find most valuable and that sort of thing. And I would say from the get-go that it would be good to do that rather than not have the assessment of this activity itself systematically done.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Another thing I would suggest is, that page you were struggling with, which is whether a program would be continued, probation, or discontinued, is maybe to go by what the accrediting agencies do. It's that, normally they expect an institution to be reaccredited. They may have some recommendations that have to be addressed within a certain period of time in order to maintain that accreditation. You might want to...
That's one of the things we were talking about on Friday is programmatic accrediting agencies and SACs all allow and encourage, okay, here are the deficiencies that we see, and could you tell us how you're going to fix them?
Yeah.
Here's what the response is. So that's one of the main things that, as I say, a big red X through that sign. It's we don't want a here's your card, thank you very much. It's a continual. Here's what we see. Do you see that too? If not, have we missed anything? That sort of thing. Very much a backward forwards, a discourse about what's next.
And then the gun that you hold over everybody is like within a certain period of time. You expect to see some demonstration that they've addressed those recommendations.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I guess dire consequences result.
And it has been known that institutions are not so eager to close down programs, but need assistance in closing down the programs. We can do that too.
Another concern I would have is the 6-month lead time.
You don't think that's enough?
I don't feel like that's sufficient.
We'll know on the 10-year cycle that they're going to be assessed in that year. We'll send out. So
that cycle.
You know that all the 50s will be assessed in 2013. Whether they're going to be split up or not, we'll let you know.
I think one concern also is that we do have an established program review cycle on a 5-year rotating basis, and we do have outside reviewers, and it's a lot. I think we're going to have to give some thought to how these things are going to interface with each other. You may have the magic year for this thing, and we may be way off cycle for that. And we do ask programs to use WeByLine to document assessment activities, and that's part of the documentation for this deal. In terms of closing down programs, the current thing is if you're not producing anybody, that gets to be the criteria. And it's not quality-based criteria, it's productivity-based criteria.
It is to a certain extent, but don't forget with those low producing, if there is a program that is on the upswing, if anything's going on with the program that you see that can be fixed, is going to be fixed.
We already have a process for doing that.
For the low producing programs?
Because you have to come up with a battle plan to.
Yes, but this one's a little more extensive than the old one used to be.
Does this replace the old one?
Yes. The old one no longer exists. That was part of the 4-year program, 4-year review with the mission statement. Such. This is an annual. Low producing is an annual tabulation, so to speak, where programs can go through a request for temporary exemption. It's a little more than a 1-paragraph response, how it used to be. It's a lot more detailed about what is the cause of it. For example, a couple of years ago, we had a hurricane come through the Gulf Coast, killed some programs because all the students had to go away and the faculty. Well, we don't want to close that program down. There was a hurricane. You have a faculty member who's been there for 100 years and decides to retire. We don't want to kill that program. You've got to bring in a new faculty program, bring the program back up again. So on the low producing, it's not just about the numbers. We also are looking at the cause and justification for keeping programs that there is a process to keep it.
But the low producing is not an annual look at this. It's a 3 or 4 year.
No, will be annual.
It will be annual. The low producing is annual as an annual report.
But we look at 3 years.
Oh yeah, we look at the last 5 years of numbers. Yes.
Okay.
But the report comes out annually.
Rolling total, is that what we're looking at?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Any other comments? Well, before I let Lucy get away.
We have to go to the website to see this PowerPoint, or are you going to?
No, it's been sent to you. You should have already received it.
This website?
This morning.
Yes.
It was sent to you.
And this website does not exist yet.
Okay.
That's what it will be.
Like December 1st.
Well, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Your little template and stuff, has that been sent to us, or would it be?
It's in the packet that was sent to you this morning. It won't be easy to look at, but I think if you print out the slides, a lot easier than looking at it up there.
You are talking about the actual template or the slide with the template?
The slide with the template example.
That's
so
on there.
Get a feel for what it looks
absolutely.
like. It's a little tough to read.
Even since then, we've made some tweaks to it as well. So what will be on the website will be the most recent documents.
And has this been shared with any groups before this?
Yes. You're group number 3 that have received this.
I don't mean accountability groups, but I mean other groups.
I spoke to the Texas Faculty Senate Council last weekend and mentioned it to them also, so the Faculty Council are aware of it. I was mostly speaking to them on low producing programs, but brought up the existing program review. We are so new in this process. We want to get this out to you guys early enough that if we need to make tweaks to it, if we want to look at all the feedback you're giving me is very valuable, because we don't want to come to you with a done deal and say, here you are, and everyone go, hang on a minute, that's not going to work. We'd rather that.
Has this been shared with provost and like graduate school deans? And
we're not there yet. You are the first wave of real people.
Okay.
Well, Stephen McGregor Stevenson shared it with the chief academic officer.
Yes. That's your absolutely right.
With them.
Yeah. Not into this great detail, because of course he was covering 50,000 things in that meeting, but it was mentioned. It has been mentioned. Yes.
So I'm just wondering, how much we need to report to others. Yeah, apparently a lot. Because,
everything.
Yeah, and at the meeting that we had last Friday, where the emerging research and master's groups were here, I asked Lucy not to address what they said. They were very concerned about the qualitative section. We wanted to hear your response without being influenced by what they said. They felt as though there were many things that were already going on campuses that were very similar, and so we're going to have to rethink the whole qualitative part of this, and we need your help thinking about what would make sense at a statewide level for selecting measures, if it makes any sense at all to do it. I liked some of your suggestions. They were good. Yeah. So
do you know what McGregor Stevenson said to the provost about the master's level programs?
I believe that what I have heard, and I haven't heard it from McGregor's mouth himself, is that the institutions will be responsible for programmatic review at the master's level.
That's what he said. I was there.
Oh, good.
So is there any reason why master's programs escape this type of review at the...
I honestly don't know the rationale for that. I couldn't speak for McGregor or any of the other staff with the response for that. I'm sure there is one, I just don't know it. Yeah.
Okay, so aside from looking at the slide that will have what the quantitative things are going to be, if you think carefully about what qualitative measures would make sense.
And I think maybe it might make sense to have a conversation on the qualitative side about what questions are you trying to find the answer to?
Right.
That's exactly what came up.
And I would, we can come up with answers, but it's a little hard to come up with answers trying to play Karnak with the question.
Yes. Well, that's our problem too, is that we want to be sure to ask questions where the results, the answers are valuable.
And so I think I'd maybe recommend as some intermediate step that there be some communication back. I mean, we all do program reviews.
Yeah.
And we all try to answer certain questions about our programs in program reviews. It might be a good idea to solicit what are the questions that institutions are already using as part of their program assessment process, and perhaps see what you get out of that, and to try to get a little bit better formulation. I mean, if you kind of don't know what you're doing, we've done it, so we can help.
Yes. Well, I mean, we do. That's where we started. I mean, we didn't just pull them out of thin air and go, oh, this looks pretty. We did go in and start thinking about what is done at the program level and what would be. It's very difficult because what our audience here is quite enormous. Our audience is both at the institutional level, so Texas A&M Corpus Christi can look at their data in comparison with Texas Women's University and allow institutions, and you understand the language and you know what X, Y, and Z means. This information is also going to be available to prospective students and legislators. So we want to make sure that the data in there is understandable and thorough enough for everyone to not walk away and say, I'm not sure what that means. Or how is that purposeful? Yes. It's difficult when your audience is so broad. If we just had you guys as the audience, this would be a piece of cake. But our eventual audience is a lot larger. We want to make sure that your programs are represented well to the general public. And what will that include and what will that not include?
So another thing for you guys to keep thinking about and give us feedback on.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lucy.
Is your head spinning yet?
Pretty close.
Hi, Dwayne. How are you?
Hello.
Good. Two Dwaynes.
Yeah, how about that?
And a Mary in between. I'm here to talk with you today, and I want to thank you all for coming to Austin on the first day of bill pre-filing. And I don't know if you've checked your email, but we've already been legislated out of existence. Representative Brown, House Bill 38.
He doesn't like you guys.
Can we go home now?
He goes through phases. Nice try, Paul. No, you can't.
You made it to 38.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be a fun ride. So I'm here to talk with you today about this little project the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee is working on regarding, as you've heard before, revising the core curriculum. And since you all spent, a year and a half working on value-added outcomes for general education.
We've made so much progress.
And we've made so much progress. This is probably going to be old news to all of you because I know you're tuning in to all those webcasts of the meetings if you're not there in person. The next meeting, by the way, is December the 3rd, a Friday. If you want to come, you are welcome. If you let me know in time that you want lunch and you bring your money, we'll add you to the order. And we are also webcasting the parts of the committee meetings where the full committee is in session. If they break into work groups, there's not a whole lot to see, so we're not broadcasting those. But any of the full committee convening, we're broadcasting now. So the UEAC has been working on this for about a year and a half now, following their presentation of the report on undergraduate education in Texas in the 21st century back in January of 2009. They began almost immediately at their April meeting working on this project as their focus, and although they've had some other projects along the way, this is the one they've really been spending cycles on. Back in April of this year, after doing a lot of research, they finally began to make recommendations. And I should tell you that if you know people who serve on this advisory committee, please thank them, because they are meeting every other month. They are doing a lot of work in between meetings, and it's work they're undertaking with vigor, but it's a real sacrifice for them, I think, personally, because it's a lot of work. We have looked at different models for different kinds of core curricula. We've looked at how those models are applied at different institutions around the country. We've looked at the Bologna Project. We've looked at general education, if you can call it that, in other countries. We've looked at statewide core curricula around the U.S., and we're here to tell you there's not as much variation as you might think. So we've spent a lot of time looking at the AAC&U materials, American Association of Colleges and Universities. They are a leader at the moment nationally in working on general education and things related to general education. The committee and the coordinating board staff have realized that while Gen Ed, as SACS addresses it, can be a fairly wide variety of things, that part of general education that all the Texas public institutions hold in common is the statewide core curriculum. It doesn't have to be everything. It can be, but it doesn't have to be everything for your institution. So the committee arrived fairly quickly at a consensus based on what it was studying and based on input from colleagues, that the way the core curriculum currently in effect is set up, particularly in the assumptions and defining characteristics document, where you have 6 basic intellectual competencies, close to a dozen perspectives, and then seemingly countless, although we did count them up, component-level exemplary educational objectives, that was way too much and much too challenging and had led institutions and probably the state into something of a morass. So they voted to recommend that we do away with all of that, and instead that we adopt as objectives for the core curriculum itself 6 core objectives, and these, as you can see, are based on the AAC&U LEAP initiative objectives: critical thinking skills, communication skills, empirical and quantitative skills, teamwork, social responsibility, and personal responsibility. And we expect that these would work across disciplines so that students would have more than one opportunity to develop a skill and in more than one discipline setting. They wanted to be sure that they didn't throw out things that were working fairly well, and when it comes right down to it, a core curriculum must be defined in terms of the courses that comprise it. And courses have discipline-specific content. So although the committee is recommending some tweaks to the foundational component areas, I think this is going to be the part of the core curriculum that seems the most familiar to you. And the last 2 meetings of the UEAC, they've pretty much spent their time determining these foundational component areas and descriptions for each of the areas, and debating the number of semester credit hours at a minimum that should be devoted to each component area. And you'll see that it doesn't look all that different. Communication would still be 6 hours, math would still be 3 credit hours, life and physical sciences, which is a little bit of a title tweak, would still be 6 credit hours after a lengthy dialogue about lab sciences versus non-lab sciences, and what is the bottom line versus what is the bottom line for this major or that major. Language, philosophy, and culture is another tweak to what is currently humanities. Creative arts as visual and performing arts. Notice that these have each been broken out into their own foundational component area. It just was very uneasy when they were sharing a component area and yet needed to each have their own course. So they are being recommended to be separated and have their own component areas. And then as we go on to the next slide, and Janet's going to toggle back and forth, U.S. history, government and political science, and social and behavioral science have also been separated. Any of you who worked with the EEOs for that component area know how difficult it was to determine which of the exemplary educational objectives best applied to which part of that component area's geography. And then 6 credit hours for an institutionally designated option again. Similar to what we have now. If we go back to the previous slide, one thing that the committee did, and this is where they feel there's an opportunity for these changes to truly be transformative for the institution, for students, and for faculty, and an opportunity for administrators to help faculty sort of unhook themselves from some of the turf battles that inevitably ensue whenever anything gets entrenched. Because the core objectives would be the things to be measured in the core curriculum in terms of achieving general education outcomes, and the core objectives are skill-oriented rather than content-oriented, there would need to be multiple opportunities for students to be able to work on developing these skills. And I should remind you that the committee was influenced, as I've mentioned, by the work of the AAC&U LEAP and Value initiatives, but also very much by a conference board report that came out in 2007 called Are They Really Ready to Work?, which looked at what over 400 employers, both large corporations and smaller businesses, would think would be the most important things a graduate should be able to know and be able to do at the high school graduation level, then at the associate degree level, and finally at the baccalaureate level. If you're going to hire somebody with this credential as a new employee, what would you expect them to know and be able to do? Comparing those prioritized lists of knowledge and skills with what institutions told the AAC&U they thought students should be able to do and should know. The two lists were very similar indeed. There was a little bit of difference in prioritization, but almost no difference in the areas addressed. And so that's also important to understand when you're wondering where did the committee get these objectives. They really did try to look at a wide variety of both pragmatic workforce and academic side thinking. So the committee spent a couple of meetings debating in small groups which of the foundational component areas would be best suited to the cultivation and measurement of certain of the core objectives. And when all the shouting died down and they came to consensus as a committee, they agreed that there were two of these objectives that were so important that they would need to be present with learning experiences that would help students develop these skills in every single course in the core curriculum in every single component area. And those are communication skills and critical thinking skills. The X's on this chart represent the other objectives that would need, if this recommendation were to go forward and be adopted, that would need to inform and suffuse every single course in a component area. So in your communication, which we all understand is generally the freshman rhetoric composition courses, but may, depending on the institution, also encompass technical writing or a writing-intensive course in the discipline, critical thinking, communication skills, which it seems strange to have communication and communication skills, but when you look at the documents a little more, there's a reason. This is a quick drive-by. Teamwork and personal responsibility would all need to be part of what would be represented in a syllabus and what would be taught. This is where the committee thinks there's a real opportunity for transformation through this revision, in that this is going to change the way faculty think about what they're teaching, not just the subject matter content, but the skills that their students are developing. You can't run away from it anymore. It has to be there if it's going to be a core course. We also think it's going to provide the opportunity for deans and department chairs to help faculty understand that if they don't want to do these things, they don't have to, but their course will not be able to be a core curriculum course. Won't be approvable at the institutional level, and it won't be approvable at the coordinating board level. Now, let me quickly say, the core curriculum we've been dealing with since 1999 is still in effect. It continues in effect until the board makes a determination about recommendations from the commissioner. The advisory committee is advisory to the commissioner and staff, and they are working on a report with recommendations, and we're going to go through some other areas they would probably make recommendations about, that they'll submit to the commissioner and staff. Now, this set of recommendations will be one of a number of different inputs that are considered, and I think the commissioner will probably choose to craft a recommendation taking this into account. At this point, this is vaporware. Who knows whether this will come to the board or not? This is the committee's very best thinking about what would be appropriate, okay? So we do hope that it will be heeded, and I think it will be. We don't know whether any legislation will be filed during this session that could affect the deliberations of the committee or could affect the ultimate revision of the core curriculum. I can tell you, if anything is filed, we probably will not see any action on any of this until after the session ends, which brings me to the next slide. Thanks, Gabriella. I wanted to give you an example of the definitions. You know, we didn't really do a very good job 12 years ago, or 13 now, in working through definitions of the component areas. So the committee wants to provide a little more guidance without locking things down at the institutional level. So each of the foundational component areas would have a definition that is tripartite. As you can see, the first part would focus on what the component area is all about. And this is an easy one because they've taken the wording right out of statute. Okay? Then the second bullet talks about what courses would need to address in order to be a core curriculum course. So there's a little bit more guidance for what sorts of topics and subject content would need to be addressed in any government or political science course eligible to be included in the core curriculum. Finally, the core objectives recommended to be included in this foundational component area are listed, and the idea would again be that in a departure from the way the EEOs have worked, we've said if you cover around half of the EEOs, then your course is probably appropriate for that component area. And overall, the component area and all the courses that make it up need to demonstrate that those EEOs are being covered. But not every student would address every EEO in every course. That changes with this. We think this is probably going to have the net effect of reducing the number of courses in the core curriculum. I know that the leadership of the coordinating board has felt that students have too many choices sometimes. There's a tremendous variation in the number of courses available from one institution to the next, and this is one way that the committee is choosing to address that. We may still come to a prescription of a certain number of core courses in each foundation area depending on the enrollment of the institution or something like that. That's all still up in the air. But we think that this may be one way to effect a reduction in the number of courses available for core curriculum fulfillment rather than put some arbitrary quota number on each component area. So as we move forward, where are we in the process? Well, there are two small groups, work groups, that are currently drafting portions of the report with recommendations, and those first drafts will be considered on December the 3rd. The assessment group is meeting today in the Commissioners' Conference Room just down the hall. Danita McAnally from Amarillo College and Lorraine Phillips from Texas A&M University were tapped from the accountability system peer groups to work with the UEAC, and they have spent more than the last year attending every meeting, attending small work groups, really having a lot of input into recommendations, because although we think that the core curriculum needs to reflect academic, intellectual, and skill-based goals for student success, we do understand that the last time we did this exercise, assessment was not what it is today. SACS wasn't paying attention to it the way they are today. We didn't have an accountability system. So we understand that in order for this to be an effective set of recommendations, assessment has to be built in from the get-go. I don't think we could ask for better people than Danita and Lorraine, and they have really added a tremendous amount to the committee's deliberations. They are not officially members of the committee, but they're acting ad hoc as members of that committee, and will continue to do so until the recommendations go in and possibly beyond. The other group is working to draft the curriculum recommendations and the report reflecting a lot of what I've just told you. And Agnes DeFranco and I are working with that group. Lucy Bloor is working with the assessment group. And she scampered right back down there, I'm sure. As staff, we're looking at what parts of the rules would need to be changed depending on what the final recommendation is. We can't draft anything yet because we don't know what the final recommendation is, but we do know that parts of Chapter 4 and parts of Chapter 9 would have to change. One thing that we expect will happen on the community college side, right now community colleges have been allowed to include unique need courses in their core curricula, and more current thinking believes that the purpose and the intention of unique need courses differ from and are at odds with inclusion in a core curriculum. If you take a unique need course that was approved because it fulfilled a unique local need, and then you put it into the core, which automatically makes it fully transferable to every other institution in the state, there's a little bit of a conflict there. So, Paul.
Has there been any consideration of the possibility that legislative change might reduce the size of the core and how something like this could be adapted, or is that not being considered?
The advisory committee would actually, I think, like to see that happen, but they understand in this kind of a budget year, A, anything can happen, and B, it's highly unlikely that the 12 hours of government in history will be changed. It's It's one of those things that might not look good for the home team. I don't know, Paul. I know that we've been asked. I know that the committee would like to make recommendations as a sort of phase 2 of their assignment, phase 1 having to do with a 42 credit hour core curriculum whose recommendations remain within the boundaries of existing statute, but they do have some ideas about how they'd like to change things, and I think they will want at some point to voice those. I don't know right now. That's an honest answer. Pre-filing started this morning, so let's all stay tuned, and if any of you notice anything that I might want to know about, just give me an email, because you might be the first to tell me. If we go ahead, we have some timeline goals here, but again, this is writ on water, and a lot will depend on the progress of the committee, the commissioners and executive staff's reception of their recommendations, and what happens during the session. The earliest that we could bring anything to the board is April. We would have to really get a lot done in December and probably have a meeting in late January or early February for that to happen. If, in fact, that report goes forward and a recommendation from the commissioner is forthcoming pretty quickly, there would need to be a public comment period on this, because the mechanism we use to change the core curriculum is to modify the rules. And rules always have a public comment period. Your chief academic officer is the person who receives the memo saying, bang, okay, public comment period is open, please send us your best thoughts. It's really important that your provost or your vice president of academic affairs distributes that opportunity among all faculty. It would be great if each of you were able to carry this information back to your campuses and help the faculty understand that this is likely to be an opportunity for them sometime during the next year. If, in fact, April or July 2011 board meetings see a modification to the core curriculum through a revision of rules, then my best guess at this point, I believe that the UEAC will recommend, and I hope that our leadership will see the wisdom in making sure that this is a faculty-centered process on the campuses to revise your institutional core curricula. That means you would need a year, and a year is what institutions have had in the past for this, so that faculty can be fully engaged in debating their own curricular decisions. We would probably ask for the results of that at the end of the academic year, somewhere early May, and then I think Lucy and I would lock ourselves in a room for a while and just say, this is what we're doing at the coordinating board this month, and make sure that there was a quick turnaround of response to the institutions. If that were to be the case, then there would be an implementation year. And I understand there's never a way to do this that's convenient for everybody's catalog deadlines, and we know that. And the other 2 times we've done this, it hasn't been convenient for catalog deadlines. And we've just had to say, you'll have to issue an addendum, and as of this academic year, your students that are already in the pipeline can be given a choice of retaining the catalog they entered under and phasing that core curriculum out as they graduate, or they could, if they felt there was an advantage to them, be allowed to switch over to the new core curriculum, and then all incoming freshmen that year would also be brought into whatever the new core is. And I know this question of the catalog year is one that the committee and Lucy and I have really tried to wrestle with, and we just don't see any way, because people are on different 2-year publication schedules. Many of you are not printing a paper catalog anymore, and it's easier to make modifications online or to put up notices about changes that you guys can't help. So I think we would do the best we could to help with that, but you just have to understand, at some point, we'd have to say this is the time when the new core curriculum starts. So, yes, thank you, Gabriela. So, the process, in summary, is that the UEAC makes recommendations. The staff considers those recommendations along with a number of other factors to create, along with the commissioner, a recommendation he's happy to bring to the board. Then there'd be a public comment period and then coordinating board consideration, which we would hope would lead to approval. We don't want to take something to the board that they're going to jump up and down and not like. Okay? So, and of course the SPP committee would be part of the board consideration. So, what about assessment? The institution would continue to be responsible for assessment, but you would now be assessing for those 6 core objectives. The institution would be responsible to certify that a course meets all of the core objectives for its component area. Notice that we're unhooking this from the assessments you're already doing of student mastery of content. These are skills that are particularly related to the core curriculum. So this would change the game, I think, also for you. We would look at core objective attainment to be assessed across the institution, okay? All majors, not necessarily by component area. And like SACS, we would hope that you would give us examples, but you don't need to give us everything. I think this is going to be part of the recommendation. We can check with them down the hall and see when you guys are finished, what they've got to offer. If on the next slide, the framework for assessment, I know, should be similar to SACS. We've already changed our reporting time period to accord and align better with your SACS reaffirmation. We would hope that you'd be able to incorporate this assessment into any SACS self-study, either for the 5-year mini report, compliance report, or for the reaffirmation. And we would hope that this would be shared with all at the institution, because obviously the goal is to figure out ways that we can improve student success and student outcomes. Faculty need to be involved. The institution can best see to that. I've just listed the assessment advisors to the UEAC here. They're down the hall if you want to go say hello to them later. And finally, the coordinating board. The coordinating board would need to approve the courses in the component areas, just as we do now. And we would need to change the rules for how you would submit your reports to us. We are now in a mechanism where we hope to see these reports 2 years before your deadline to submit your compliance documents to SACS, okay? And the reason for that, and yes, we're making deals during this implementation period for institutions whose visits are coming right up. You don't have to take 2 years. We'll take them at 1 year. We'll take them at 6 months. We'll take them 6 months after if you've just had your visit. But the idea is that if, and this is unlikely, but if there is an issue that would require faculty input, we want to be sure that the institution has adequate and even more than sufficient lead time to really engage faculty, and again make sure that the ownership of this process is with the faculty and not in one administrator's office. And this is going to be particularly important, I think, for community colleges, where sometimes the faculty are less engaged in this than they are at universities. So I'd be happy to field questions and comments, and of course we've got our targets of contact where you can call me, you can call Lucy, who is now Lucy Heston, and happy to be so. And I do want to make sure you all know that for about the last year we've had a web page for the UEAC where you can get much more information even than I shared with you. All the information I shared with you today is available on that website, plus more. And we try to update that as quickly as we can after a committee meeting. For example, votes on items at the September 24th meeting were posted within a week so that you would know what had happened. We don't post the meeting summary, the official meeting summary, until after the following meeting when the committee has actually voted to approve it. But that doesn't mean you have to wait to find out what happened during that meeting. So, question, Dwayne.
Yeah, Catherine, thinking back all those years when I was a freshman myself, I'm a scientist. I absolutely love the core curriculum. I love studying classical music and European history and all that great stuff you get in the core curriculum. Are we going to make sure there's art in an art class and science in a science class? I didn't see any requirements for that.
The foundational component areas in those descriptions will make sure that courses are aimed in the right direction.
So you will look at that before you approve?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, no criminal justice is a fine arts course. I actually had that request once. It's my bad example. Carol.
I presume since you're asking for these reports up to 2 years ahead of the SACS requirement, the SACS review requirement, will there be systematic feedback similar to that done by SACS, and who will be doing that?
We've been working really hard on developing that process, and for those institutions that turned in reports to us because they had been through the reaffirmation process since 2004. We processed a batch of those over the summer, and then we have a few that have come in just last month. We have put together a process that we're still trying to improve, but Lucy and I worked on that, and we now have 6 staff members who have been trained to be able to review these reports and provide feedback to institutions. And so we do want to provide timely and relevant feedback so that by the time you incorporate this into your reaffirmation documentation and your self-study, it's there ready to go. And for 2.5, for 3.1.1, and for 3.5.1, you'll have the basis for that, hopefully through this process.
Were these 6 staff members trained by SACS?
No, because we're not doing what SACS is doing. We're doing what we're charged to do, but we're trying to model our timeline so that you'll be able to use this as part of what you report to SACS.
Yeah, well, I mean, SACS has very specific criteria, and they're continually raising the bar on those particular areas. And they do provide some kind of training now for people evaluating those, and it just might be worthwhile.
I think it would be wonderful if coordinating board staff could go through that. Lucy and I have kicked that around a little bit. I know Jerry DeZino down at UTSA has been instrumental in developing that training, and Valerie Payton out at Texas Tech has also had a hand in it. And I think, there might be a way for us to at least have access to some of the documents, because we don't want to be doing things, obviously. You've seen this as a good faith effort in our modification of our reporting, where we don't want you to have to drop everything and do a special report for us every 5 years. We'd much rather this was part of your process, your cyclic process, that also feeds into your reaffirmation. But don't think that we're just asking you what you did for SACS, because the statute has its own particular requirements, and those are the ones we're really charged to administer, but we do want to make it as seamless as possible. We don't want you to have to do redundant reporting when, one process could work for both.
Well, I'm saying it would be particularly valuable for institutions to get that preliminary feedback so that they could... I think they would really, really value it if that's...
The 2-year time frame actually was Valerie Payton's suggestion after she was engaged with SACS pretty heavily out at Texas Tech in trying to get them back on the good side of the ledger. And she seemed to think that that was probably the sweet spot in terms of helpful to the institution without creating another whole set of requirements to respond to. So I think, you make really good points, and hopefully we're taking them into account, and we'll continue to.
Well, I think it's excellent that you've streamlined it, because before it was just
a nightmare. Pandora's box.
On top of Sachs.
Catherine, how do people become members of the UEAC?
Thank you, Janet. I almost ditched that one. About a third of the UEAC members turn over every year. Members serve a 3-year term, and we are just at the end. When we convened in November of 2006, we didn't want everybody after 3 years to say, hey, it's been fun so long, we'll see you around, and then we would have to break in a whole new group at once. So we went through a period of some people served 2 years, some people served 3 years, some people will have served 4 years now. But we now are at the threshold of a rotation where a third of the group turns over every year. I have already drafted the memo to go out to chief instructional officers, chief executive officers, and chancellors asking for nominations of people to serve on the UEAC. And I believe we have 4 community college and 4 university spots, maybe 3 university spots, available this cycle. And just so you know how obsessive I am, I have worked this cycle out through 2017. And it's not something I'm proud of, but hey, I've got the spreadsheet. If you are interested in serving, or if you know people on your faculty or in your administration who would be interested in serving, please alert your chief academic officer to look for this memo, and let people know they need to be making their voices heard in a way that they can be nominated.
When is the memo going out?
When it's approved. I've got it drafted. James and I need to talk about, we may send this memo out in tandem with the memo requesting nominations for the Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual, which also has university as well as community college membership. I'd like it to go out by the 15th of this month. We'll see if that gets done. Generally, the terms change at the end of the calendar year, so new appointments would be coming in for the first meeting in 2011, which I imagine will be in February. And Dwayne?
Would you, at least my personal recommendation, that the group continue to look at that notion of restricting the number of hours? I know, we don't want to talk just about hours, but it does come down to that at some stage. And although it can't be done this round, if it were reduced anywhere between about 43 and 53%, I wouldn't be disappointed.
Would you settle for 36?
I'd settle for whatever I could get, but I'm aiming for 43 to 53% reduction.
So what would you think would be a good number? I mean, Sachs requires at least 30 credit hours at the baccalaureate level.
We're talking about Snyder only, not Tarleton necessarily, but the smaller the better, and give the universities the option of putting whatever in their general education requirement they think is important for their students in addition to that.
And how would you manage the transferability that is mandated in state law?
Well, this is too simple, I know, but I would go to the Texas Common Course numbering system, and I would give it a number, and that's what it would take to transfer, is that requirement.
And courses that are unique to a university that don't have an equivalent in the TCCNS?
They're not in the core.
There you go. We'll take it under consideration. Thank you. I'd be happy to hear from any of you at any time. I see a lot of friends around the table, so don't be strangers. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Interesting as always. Appreciate it.
What can I say? I get interesting work to do. I like it.
And for our next interesting presentation, we have Kevin Lemoyne and James Goldman. James, I think Sue took your placemat. I know I went and looked for it. It wasn't there. She must have taken your name card away.
One of these.
No. I tried.
Not unless you want to be Susan Brown.
We could never measure up to Susan Brown, if you know her.
I do.
Good afternoon. We'll try to be brief because I know you're about ready to go home. My name is Kevin Lemoyne, and I work in Academic Affairs and Research Division, and this is my colleague, James Goman. Hi. We were asked to talk to you about a project that's sort of related to the core curriculum, sort of related to some of the things that you've been spoken to about recently, the ACGM, Academic Course Guide Manual Learning Objectives Project. The ACGM, as you may know, is the set of academic lower division courses that are fully transferable from a community college to a university or the community college, and it's basically the restricted set of courses that a community college can offer. The purpose of this project is to develop specific learning objectives for as many of the lower division courses in the ACGM as possible. And the reason that we did that is a couple of years ago, we worked with an advisory committee that was developing a sort of field of study in mechanical engineering, what is known now as the Transfer Compact. And in the process of deliberations with this advisory committee, they decided that it was important not only to identify that set of lower division courses that form the foundation for mechanical engineering, but it was also important to the university participants in particular that they had more confidence in what was actually covered, what students were expected to know and be able to do at the end of each course so that they would be prepared for subsequent courses. And so what this committee did was develop learning objectives for all 17 of the lower division courses that formed the Mechanical Engineering Transfer Compact. We thought that that was brilliant on their part, and the community college participants in that advisory committee said, we want to know, we want to eliminate the guesswork, we want to know what you expect, university folks, our students to be able to do. So it was a love fest all the way around. After that was completed, and this, by the way, this is the set of courses at the lower division that are in the Transfer Compact. You see they worked on Calculus 1, 2, and 3, Physics, University Physics 1 and 2, Chemistry as well, and some other engineering courses. The next slide is actually one example of what they accomplished. Numbers 1 through 13 below are the learning objectives specific to General Chemistry 1. So in our discussions among staff members here at the coordinating board after this was over, we said this would be really valuable if we included the learning objectives in the ACGM itself. Right now the ACGM has pretty brief descriptions of what many of the courses are expected to cover. We took that idea to the ACGM committee about a year ago, and half of them said it's a great idea, and the other half were pretty resistant to the idea. After about 3 months of thinking about it and talking with their colleagues at their campuses, they came back and they said, okay, we do believe this would benefit the students, but we ask that you send out these learning objectives that you are proposing to include in the ACGM for public comment across the state, to physics faculty, chemistry faculty, math faculty, and the like. It was through that process that we really got buy-in for the inclusion of learning objectives in the ACGM for those specific courses. And James is now going to talk to you about the next phase of developing learning objectives for other courses.
So based on the steps that we took for that Mechanical Engineering Compact, we feel that we have a pretty good process and procedure set up now to carry through these learning objective formation and approval processes for the ACGM. The basic idea of bringing together faculty from 2-year and 4-year institutions in the subject area and getting them in a face-to-face meeting with access to all of the different syllabi that we can garner up. And the syllabi come from all of your institutions, from all the public institutions here in the state. Ask those faculty to consider what's really essential about the course. How does it connect to subsequent courses? And considering everything that you might be teaching in the course, what are those elements which are truly essential? ask them to come to consensus on that. They can't always come to a full consensus, in which case we have to go by majority vote. That'll give us a list of course objectives for each of the courses we'll be considering, and we'll draft that up with an updated course description, and we'll throw all that up on our website and then send everyone around a link asking them to come and give us public comments over the materials that we've posted up. Once we receive those comments, staff such as myself will sort of read through them, sort them, organize them, and take a look and compare the feedback we've gotten to the course objectives and descriptions that we have. It may be that with just a little editing that we can move things forward. In other cases, it may be necessary to summarize some of the most common comments, the ones that we frequently get, and then send through email probably those comments back to our faculty groups. Right? And the faculty groups can weigh that, do a little more deliberation, take a vote if necessary, and decide on any additional elements. Take some in, take some out, edit one or two, and then we'll come up with a final product. That final product of the 2- and 4-year committee groups will be taken to the ACGM Advisory Committee. That's the advisory committee that makes recommendations to staff about the manual. And that is also, in and of itself, formed of equal numbers of 2- and 4-year faculty. So there'll be yet another faculty group, really, faculty and administrators. I don't want to give the impression it's all faculty. Department heads and deans in some cases. They'll take a look at this work, the body of work generated by the 2- and 4-year faculty groups, and we'll ask them to review and adopt those recommendations. So when it's all said and done, by the end of this fiscal year, by August 2011, we hope to have all of this work done and the changes made to the ACGM courses. Kevin's also spoken a little bit about what's important. I think there are some other things that we might add, which is that the ACGM is only as effective as it is current and up to date. And there are a lot of courses in the manual, so it's a real challenge for us to keep them the most current that they can be. But this adding of another layer of specificity to the courses, I think in the long run is going to help improve transfer, and it's going to help improve everyone's numbers. The community colleges, in my experience, are very eager, as Kevin said, to know what it is that the universities need and want in terms of these courses. They're generally quite ready and interested in teaching according to some specifications. And the more specific we get, often the better they like it. Not always, but often. Also, in a time when we have lots of imperatives on students to take only the courses they need and absolutely no others, to finish on time in 4 years or less, and to not go over their degree plans, or else they're subject to out-of-state tuition. I think it's incumbent upon us, the higher education community, as a group, to make it very clear what are the standards and expectations that students are supposed to achieve. And this gives us another level of specificity for that. Further on down the road, after we've had these outcomes up and ready, and in 2011, when we get the OOS report that will allow us to look at student performance in specific courses and to track student performance over time, this could be a piece of an overall diagnostic tool, right? Where if we want to figure out what are the patterns of student transfer, what are the challenges or problems that might be there. Right now, it's difficult for us to ascertain that because we can't track specific student performance, and we don't always know exactly what's being taught in one course in one college versus ostensibly the same course but in a different college, or even within a college. But if we have these sets of learning objectives, and we have a process for examining the student grades that they earn in each course, we can hopefully start to identify not only where problems are, but why those problems are cropping up. Next slide, please. So we've been developing a list of courses that we want to tackle this time around. How did we identify those courses? Well, we wanted to get the most that we could for the money that we're going to spend. So we started by examining high enrollment ACGM courses. I basically asked some of the data folks to rank order all of the ACGM courses by the number of sections taught in the most recent fall semester. That gave us a list of which of these courses are being utilized most often, just across the board. Second, I got some data from our people and from the TEA to help us identify the most commonly taught, the college courses that are most commonly taught as dual credit, which is similar to the ACGM list, but not quite the same. For instance, economics figures much more highly in dual credit than it does in the ACGM overall, because economics is a high school graduation requirement. Finally, we also took a look and tried to figure not just what are the most common ACGM courses, but which of those are most commonly used in the core curriculum to satisfy the major component areas. So, sort of cross-referencing those factors gave us the course list that we came up with. Next. Again, with the idea of keeping in mind that we want to get the most work that we can, at Kevin's suggestion, I'm now going to develop a little more detailed list than this, and we'll have primary courses and we'll have secondary courses. Whoop. Put back a little too far. But the idea is that for each faculty group we call in, there's a list of courses, the primary courses, that we absolutely know we want them to do. They're the most high frequency enrollment, the most commonly used. But while we have this group of people together, it might be worth our while to have them tackle a few additional courses as well, and thus the secondary course list. So,
which is coming up soon.
There we go. Let's start with the back one more.
Back.
Yeah. So let's start with the primary courses. English, 1301 and 1302. They're Comp 1 and Comp 2. Most commonly used ACGM courses right there. Number 1 in terms of enrollment. Also, featured in virtually every core curriculum in the state, 2-year or 4-year. Almost everyone has some version of these two courses. Okay? Government. For there we have two, you could say, competing course sequences, 2301 and 2302 and the 0506, according to whether we split up the statutorily required content according to federal and state, or by constitutions and then other topics in government. Two different ways of teaching the same material. Unfortunately, this is also the most common transfer problem for students. Number 1, according to TACRO, the College Registrars and Admissions Officers Organization, in a study that they did a few years back. So, what we'd like to do is we'd like to collapse this. Take 4 courses and turn it into one accepted course sequence. Now, this has always been a politically thorny problem in the past, but I hope that this time we'll have the political will to tackle it. And why is it so thorny? Well, you may be familiar with it, but if not, about half of our institutions teach 01 or 02, or their senior institution version of that, or they teach the 05-06 style. There's no easy way to go, no matter which sequence we would pick. At least one half of our institutions are going to be inconvenienced and have to change their way of doing things. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee and ask them to endorse a sequence. If they can't bring themselves to endorse a sequence, which they may not, I'm going to ask them to endorse simply the concept. Boil this down to 2 courses instead of 4 and make things a lot easier for students. Armed with that endorsement, which I hope we'll get, then we'll ask the 2- and 4-year government political science faculty to help us winnow this down. And eventually, after a phase-out period, probably, say, about 3 years or so from now, instead of there being 4 different courses in this area in the ACGM, there'll only be 2. Number 3 is going to be history. This also ranks very highly, and like government, this is also required by statute in order for you to receive a bachelor's degree at a public institution in Texas. So here, U.S. History 1 and U.S. History 2. Next, economics, macro and micro. 5, under math, we already had the calculus sequence done, but if you're not going into a STEM field, calculus may not be the college level math course that you take. So, college algebra, one of the most frequently taught lower division math courses, and pre-calculus. And then 6, the other major basic science area that we didn't hit with mechanical engineering, where we covered both chemistry and physics. The area we didn't hit was biology. The biology gives you your entrance into all of the allied health fields, and it's an important science area that lots of students use to fulfill their core curriculum requirement in the natural sciences, even if they're not going to go on to become a biologist or someone in the STEM field. So there we're going to do the sequence for majors and the sequence for non-science majors. Then on to the secondaries. So each course, next slide please. Each of these sequences will ask the faculty that we've gathered together, do you feel that you have the time and the expertise to tackle these additional courses? And that'll be on a case-by-case basis, basically. When we get the faculty gathered together, we'll show them this additional list that we'd like them to take a look at and ask them if they're ready to tackle that. And I imagine in some cases they'll say yes, in some cases they'll say no. In any case, this is going to be a great opportunity for us, the higher education community, to show that we're active, that we're able to work well and play nice with each other, and to present sort of a united front to tackle important accomplishments that will, I think in the long run, have a very good effect for students out there. And given the current fiscal and political climate, when we know we're all going to be facing big cuts, we the state agencies, you the institutions, it's a really good idea to show that we can work well together and do things for the benefit of the public without being told by law that we have to do something. This is us basically acting on our own initiative, and I think that's a good way to go. Any questions for me? Any questions for Kevin? All right. Great. Well, thank you all very much.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Paul. Anna Maria?
No questions, huh?
Stunned. Absolutely stunned.
Are you? Stunned.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah.
You talked about the objectives. I wasn't completely sure if you're just talking about a statement of some skill area or knowledge that they're supposed to have, or does it include the measurement, and does it include achievement target? What do you mean when you say objective?
Yeah, if you would. In the work that was done in mechanical engineering, it was the first thing that you said. It was more a statement of specific skills or a specific body of knowledge. So, for instance, I'm not very good at science or math, being a former English teacher. So, Comp 1, if I were coming up with a list of objectives for Comp 1, number 1 might be something like create fluid and comprehensible standard English sentences and paragraphs. Compose an essay that can, develop a thesis and explain points in support of the thesis. Those would be some examples of the kind of objectives that we are developing. Yeah. It would also be good to have some things about measurement and assessment. But I think for this stage of the game, we're going to start with just the knowledge. Why? Well, one of the pushbacks that we did receive about these learning objectives came from some faculty groups, not all of them, but some of them said, oh, you're taking away our academic freedom, you're taking away our faculty autonomy, and those are, objections we have to take seriously. So at this point, we develop these objectives, I can still say to the faculty, look, how you teach this, how you approach this, which textbooks you pick, how you assess it, how you test it, that's all up to you. We're just listing what's required, which to my mind is no different than having something like a departmental syllabus with a required textbook. A lot of the teaching I did, there was a departmental syllabus and a required textbook, so how much academic freedom did I have? Well, I had freedom within the confines of the classroom, didn't I? But a lot of the other stuff was predetermined. It may be that further down the road we'll start to include assessment pieces in here, but we're not there yet.
I don't think we would prescribe a particular assessment. I mean, this is really the identification of the minimum competencies for a given course that students need to achieve in order to move on. It's really not about how you teach it or how you assess it.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, and we're trying to make that clear in the ACGM, the revision of the ACGM, faculty may choose to teach more than this in a given course, but at least if you cover this, the universities who accept the courses and transfer will feel confident that you've covered what needs to be covered.
Anything else? Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have 15 minutes left. If there's anything you want to talk about that we haven't addressed already, please feel free to speak up. But we do have a few other things that are going on here, and I just wanted to briefly go over some of those things with you. We've had a number of writers. Actually, Gabriella mentioned one of them, the TSTC one and the community college one that's not listed here, but there was a dual credit writer. We've run a lot of data on how dual credit students do as they move through and how long it's taking them to graduate. That data is going to be posted out there, so you'll have an idea both for students who took dual credit with you, which probably for universities is not the majority of students, but if you did have some, how'd they do when they moved on, and if you received students who were dual credit students, how did those students do? There's a transfer report. I should have asked James to comment on that briefly, and then there's a developmental education report. You can look for all of those out on our website pretty quickly. Then number B, there's a lot of reporting that goes on the part of institutions to the coordinating board. We have tried to come up with a complete list of those reports, and we're working with CPUPC and TAC, the Community College Association, to make sure we've got a pretty good list of all these things, and we're going to be trying to figure out which ones we can get rid of, and if we can't get rid of them because of statutory reasons like the URRS, is there a way to alter the way we're requiring the institutions to do it? Now, doesn't mean you're not going to be reporting a lot of things to us still. Obviously, there's a lot that you do report, and one of the things I'm trying to do is list the places where we actually use the data that you've reported to us in these individual reports, so that you'll know how your data is being used if you don't already. If you have ideas of reports that you would like to see eliminated, and I've already gotten one, the affordability report from Paul Orser. He suggested that one's not very useful.
No, it's useful, it's just nonsensical.
Well, but how can it be useful if it's nonsensical? But anyway, it is one that we have actually recommended be deleted. There's a process every year before the session that we go through all the reports and come up with the ones we think should be deleted, and we've done that, but that doesn't mean this isn't an ongoing thing.
How about the 002?
Huh?
How about the CPMO 02?
Yeah.
That's my real favorite.
You know, we tried to improve it, and we tried to make it, I know people would disagree, but that is a topic of huge interest on the part of the legislature. I mean, we get questions about that constantly. So I don't ever see that one going away unless we figure out a new way to do developmental education. If you suggest something else, we might think about it. Anyway, so that's a process that we're working on, and we'll be posting that giant list out there, and it is a giant list, believe me, and I'm sure you're well aware. The next two things on the agenda are two reports that I sent out to you some time ago when we were first announcing this meeting. I hope you've had a chance to look at them. Is it the Lumina one where they've taken what they think students should know at the associate level, not in specific programs, but associate level, bachelor's level, and master's level. They're looking for comments on that. And if you guys have reviewed it and want to offer your comments, that would be great. I know they would appreciate that immensely. I wanted to make sure you're aware of the professional development modules that we put out there. Everybody familiar with that?
No.
Familiar? No. Okay. Do you want to go over and bring it up? Do you know where it is? Okay. I'll go bring it up, just so you know. This was a project that was funded by grant funds. I think the College Access Challenge grant project. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because one of the modules is on critical thinking. It was developed, we did RFAs, I think. Yeah, and you can, what you do is you go to academic affairs, and then it's one of the things underneath there. And there are a couple others, one on foreign language. Can't remember what they all are. I think there are 4 of them that were done. But I've suggested if they decide there's money to do more, that rather than just trying to pick something out of the sky, they pick those objectives from the core that are being proposed, because that would help then people figure out what might be good ways of doing it. So evidently, from what I heard, and I haven't looked at it extensively yet, but the you need help, Gabriella? That the critical thinking one is really, really good. Yeah, the URL is on there, but you can also get to it if you go to our main website and go under Academic Affairs. Professional development modules are listed. And so one looks like reading comprehension was one of them. What's the bottom one, Gabriella? Online teaching. So might be, if you look at those and think they're worthwhile, might be something for you to share with others at your institutions. We've heard that most of them are really pretty good, and particularly the critical thinking one is good. And that's one that's evidently hard from what we've heard in other accountability meetings, so it might be some good ideas there for you. And then the very last thing, faculty workload. I know Paul Meyer's very familiar with this. He did a big study a long time ago here at the coordinating board, right?
I did.
We're already getting questions about faculty workload, and we know that it's going to come up big time during the session. We don't know exactly what they're going to be asking, but you might just be aware that that's something, if you're talking about it on your campuses, that you need to be thinking about how you're going to respond to questions that your presidents might get when they're being testifying. As I say, we don't know. Chances are we're going to have to collect some extra data. I know that we can still do it the same way we did when Paul was here, and we do have the weighting module there now under the courses, but we probably don't have enough data to really answer that question, and whatever question it is, very well. So just be prepared, and I know you'll need to be prepared for just lots of other ad hoc questions that we'll be sending out. The Terror Data Advisory Group is going to recommend for the future that if there are any questions that require data, that they come first to the coordinating board and not go immediately to either a handful of institutions or to all the institutions, that they see if we don't have something here that could be used, if not to directly answer the question, at least be used as a surrogate for having to ask everybody the same question. So we know we'll all be very, very busy very shortly. And anything else that you guys would like to bring up before we leave? Left you speechless, huh? In a stupor. Well, thank you very much, and thanks to all of you who've been listening online. Unfortunately, I think we got an email message earlier today saying our email wasn't working. I thought mine was working, but I haven't gotten a single message all day long, and I know that means that my email's not working. So if some of you who were listening online tried to email me, I do apologize. If we haven't addressed your questions, just give me a call or drop me an email later, and we'll make sure we get to it. But thanks, everyone, for coming. We really appreciate all your listening, all your thoughts. And you know, almost all these topics will be continuing, to be continued, especially value-added, to be continued. But program review, for sure, to be continued. And the more active your input is up on the front end, the better it's going to be for you guys on the back end in terms of what you have to do and how useful it is. So give us your thoughts. Don't be shy. We know you're not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.